combination of both right now, huh?
It is really, really warm, but it should cool off there in the second half for LSU and Mississippi State. This is year one for Brian Kelly, his first SEC football game, coming off a win in the home opener last week against Southern. But this is a whole new level of competition as Mississippi State comes in here 2-0. The Bulldogs knocked off Memphis in dominating fashion in their opener, and then last week went out west to Tucson and took care of an Arizona team that's not great, but still a Pac-12 football team, and Mississippi State cleaned up. So the competition level raises up. This is much more similar to what LSU saw against Florida State as opposed to what they saw last week. Faye, do you think the Tigers are ready to step up in competition?
I think they are, and I was thinking about what I was going to talk to you and Brandon about in regards to this game. And if we play if we play Southern first and then play Florida State, I think the outcome would be different. And I'm not trying to look at water under the bridge because, Hunt, when you're in training camp and when you're in summer, you're going against just your teammates, right? You can do game simulations. Like there's a such thing called let's do game simulations of the opponent. But when you don't go against an opposite opponent, it makes it much harder. So I say that to say I think this week what we see with the Tigers, we get the real Tigers. Okay, we played a real game against Florida State. We came home for a historical game to play against Southern at home, and we got a win under our belt. So I think today you see a team that gels more together and they flow, and hopefully an offensive line that protects better as well.
And that's the thing with the game. That's what I see is the biggest difference between these two teams. LSU is in year one under Brian Kelly, and they're trying to form an identity and create a culture and understand who they are. Year three under Mike Leach, this is a well-oiled machine in Starkville. It's not the most talented roster in the SEC, but it's a roster that understands what it's supposed to do. Mike Leach's offense in year three with the exact same quarterback, it looks very good through 2 weeks. And, when you have an experienced guy in this system, as Mississippi State does, it creates a rhythm that is very difficult to deal with. And Mississippi State, I think a lot of people think of Mississippi State because Mike Leach runs the air raid. Oh, it's this high-flying, score a ton of points. No, it's a ball control offense that deals with short passes and is very conducive to sustaining long drives and wearing you down. And at the same time, your defense is not on the field a lot, so they play fresher and better. And that's what Mississippi State really has done through 2 games. And they looked the part. LSU is still trying to figure some things out on the offensive line, still trying to figure out what they want to be on offense, and then on defense, you're learning a new system for the 4th year in a row. So it's just, to me, it just feels like 2 programs that are in a little bit different spot right now, but it should make for a really competitive game.
It does make for a competitive game, Hunt. And if you look at it from the perspective of what this Mississippi State team has been through, you said the 3 years experience. These guys are going on 3 weeks with Coach Kelly. So that makes a huge difference in the game as well. And you look at the type of attack that Will Rogers has, he's an opportunist, right? If your defense leaves someone open, whether they're running some type of, it's going to be a lot of mid passes. We'll catch a lot of those mid passes, so it's going to be important today, and we'll get into keys and all of that later. But from a linebacker's perspective, playing sound ball and not letting any routes get behind you, because those are the opportunities that they look for. And Hunt, if you look back at this game, back to 2020, let's just address it. We win a lot of man coverage.
All day.
All day.
Never got out of
it. Never got out of the man coverage. So because of that, they were able to. They had those opportunities. So I do look for our Tigers to come with a game plan. That's we'll see some man, but play zone, especially what they put out on tape thus far.
Yeah, I talked to Matt House on Friday, and you'll hear that interview a little bit later here on the show. And Brian Kelly has talked a lot all week about how this is kind of like defending the triple option. And you think, well, that's the opposite. The option you run at every play. This is throwing it on every play. But it's like I said, a ball control offense. It deals with a lot of things around the scrimmage. Line of scrimmage is 1 read, 2 reads, and then check it down to the running back and just try to get 3, 4, 5 yards at a time, and that'll move you down the football field. And Mississippi State, one of the things that shocked me that I was doing some research earlier this week, the Bulldogs are second nationally this year in time of possession. They hold the ball for about 40 minutes a game through 2 games. And since Mike Leach got to Mississippi State in 2020, State ranked 6th nationally in time of possession, about 35 minutes per game. So it's incredibly frustrating sometimes to play against this Mississippi State offense because they just dink it and dunk it and flip it out to the running back and flip a crossing route here, and they don't go all that fast. And you've got to play your assignments, and you got to tackle. And it's not all that much fun to deal with because you don't get to rush the passer all that much. You don't get to generate generate a lot of pressure on the quarterback because the ball's out very quickly, and you just have to make a lot of tackles. And it's almost as much mentally about how you handle things mentally, being on the field a lot, understanding your assignment, as opposed to physically understanding where to be and who to cover.
That's correct, Hunt. And when you look at a game like this, it's going to be important that we play assignment ball on the back seven, right? Because that's where it's happening at. It's frustrating for a guy like me, a defensive lineman, in a game like this, because you won't get over a three-step drop. So guys like Ali Gay, Jaquilin, he's a tall D lineman. You have guys like Ojulari. These guys are going to be important in those throwing lanes. Take 1-2 steps, get your extension on your lineman, and get your hands up, because that's going to help us alter the pass. Help hurt Rodgers alter his passes and give us an opportunity to get a pass break up here, Hunt, mess up the rhythm, potentially get an interception.
And LSU was unable to get the running game going against Florida State. As we switch over to the LSU offense here briefly, talking LSU and Mississippi State, they've got to get the running game going today. They've got to establish some sort of ball control, because if you let Mississippi State do it, they will hold the football for 40 minutes and your defense will wear out, and that's not a good recipe for success at all. So I think LSU's got to find some semblance of a ground game today, and they didn't in game one, and we can't really tell anything from what happened against Southern because that's just a different level of competition.
Well, that's what I'm excited about today. We get John Emery back. This is going to be his first game back. What better time to get him back? SEC play, important game, setting the tone for this entire coaching staff, this new LSU team. Our performance, you have a talented state team come in. I watched them last week against Arizona. They play very grimy. They play hard. They're going to finish on defense. So we're going to have a well-oiled machine at running back, and we get that back with John Emery, and I'm excited about the running game today, Hunt.
We'll see just how much of a workload John Emery takes on. Every time he was asked this week about it, Brian Kelly said that you can't toss him in there for too much. He hadn't played in 2 years, so we'll see just how much John Emery impacts this football game. Listen up, folks. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50. It went up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Hunt, Palmer, Brandon, Taylor, and Marlon Favorite with you from between the ramps, the Tiger One Village. It is the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. This is LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
That view is amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper.
And each day ends watching a star-filled sky.
Whoa.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. Toyota, let's go places. Visit your local Toyota dealer to check out the Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions.
Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Louisianians know life here is filled with joy, and sometimes a little uncertainty. No matter your stage in life, know that you can rely on the strength of the cross and protection of the shield. Your card opens the door to a large network of top doctors to care for you. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana has been helping Louisianians get care for generations. With the right card and the right care, you can get back to what you love best.
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Joseph, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. BASF has been creating chemistry that is essential to our economy and quality of life in Louisiana for over 60 years. And since 2009, we have invested more than $2 billion in new projects here. Career opportunities await engineers, process operators, safety specialists, and more. Visit basf.us/LA. BASF, we create chemistry.
Talking, fighting Tiger football.
Intercepted Jay Ward at the 45-yard line, far side.
Back with more LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
I've been looking around campus, seeing Josh Downs, Josh DeRosick, Ruben Randall. There's BT, my guy right here, the 2011 team here in full force for their 10-year reunion. The, of course, SEC champions, first team in school history to go 13-0. Brandon Taylor was a huge part of that. He's, of course, with us every week here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. He joins us now after walking down Victory Hill. BT, I didn't know we were going to get you today. I thought maybe a little hangover after last night's party. You had going down the hill. We doing all right today?
Hey, man, the 2011 team, those are my guys, but y'all are my new guys, man. I would not leave y'all hanging for anything. If I got to get strung out today just running from here to there, I got me a couple sprints in trying to get from here to the stadium, and you know I can't leave my guys hanging, man. Fave done had a whole spread of barbecue. And
he has. How's the weekend been with the 2011 team?
Man, I tell you, Hunt, just like I just said in the PMAC Arena to all the fans, this was a weekend of clarity. Like, a lot of guys, we didn't conversate after that game because we all went our separate ways, and it was an internal scar for all of us, and we all sat down last night and talked about it and just reminisced about it. Even though we didn't win the national championship, every guy on that team is succeeding in life. We're winning every day in life. Everybody's healthy. I mean, you got a few of them that's kind of thin up there at the top. They got a few strings up there missing, but everybody's successful and they're living in life.
To you.
And just that season alone just carried us into the next stage of our life, and you can't pay for that. That's priceless.
Look, that ride y'all went on. On Thursday's show, I tweeted out. I was doing my show on ESPN here in Baton Rouge, and I tweeted out, "What's your favorite memory of the 2011 team?" And my mentions were just flooded with people that remembered. And you know, it's a lot of Tyron's play against Kentucky, or Eric Reed's interception against Alabama, or the punt return that Tyron had against Arkansas or Georgia, or Morris Claiborne running the kickoff back against West Virginia. I mean, those memories are just burned into people's brains around here because that team was so special for so long. It was an unbelievable ride, and you were right in the middle of it.
Oh, yes, indeed. And us as players now, we're just not realizing the effect that had on fans, like the memories that it caused. Like, you got to think, like, a lot of us are still getting used to tailgating. We never tailgated before, and just hearing the memories that the fans have, and just like it's different to us. And now that we get to see it, it brings a warmth to us, and when we embrace it very well.
Winning the SEC is no small chore, especially when you look at the teams that were in that league that year. So Brian Kelly is in the middle here of trying to build the next SEC champion here in Baton Rouge, and this is the first step as far as Southeastern Conference play goes. I was talking to Fave in the last segment about what this day means and what this competition step-up level is. And so I'm fascinated to see how the team responds today.
The thing is, Hunt, I hope that they respond real well, which I think they will. Like, they've been through a lot, and then watching the Florida State team play last night, it's kind of like, okay, that team is actually playing pretty good throughout their season. Like, so it's kind of a stepping stone for us, because at this point stage in the schedule and through Brian Kelly's tenure, it doesn't get easier from this point. No. It only gets harder. So you have to go out there and man up and just realize, like, okay, we have to get improved 1% better each and every week and go out there and get a good win tonight.
I talked with Dave in the last segment about what it means to come play defense against this Mike Leach air raid, and just how frustrating it can be at times because, look, Will Rogers is a third-year quarterback in this system. He's incredibly comfortable. He runs it exceptionally well. He completes a really high percentage of his throws, a lot of them around the line of scrimmage. They're not trying to rip off 20-yard gains here in Mississippi State. They're trying to get 5, 6, 7 yards and just keep the sticks moving. If you're coaching the secondary this afternoon, what are you telling these guys about playing defense against Mississippi State?
This is the game that you thrive for. Like, this is your money game. This is where you get drafted in the NFL. This is where you cement your name into the DBU foundation of LSU. Like, this is the game. Like, I hated playing against team that ran the ball. Like, we want to play against team that pass the ball. This is where we shine and get our shine on, because the spotlight is going to be on you each and every play, and you get the opportunity. This is a stat game for the secondary and for linebackers that want to show that they can play in coverage.
I guess the comparison, if we're talking about that 2011 team, is going up there to play Dana Holgerson's West Virginia team, and you knew that Geno Smith was going to drop back and he was going to throw it 50 times, and they did. What was that? What are your memories of that one?
My memories of that one was knowing what we did to him the previous year in Tiger Stadium. Yeah. He was kind of rattled after that, but we knew we had to go back up there to West Virginia and play him the next season, and we knew that he was going to be ready. We knew he had first-round draft picks at wide receiver with Tavon Austin. So it was going to be a battle test, and we was up to the challenge because we thrived off of that. We wanted to play against the best, which is why we chose to play against Oregon the first game of the season that year.
Mo Hall lift cut with a powerful Kubota. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the Kubota dealer nearest you. We still got a ton to get to here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. We're going to get you a weather report. Jay Johnson, LSU's baseball coach, going to stop by and chat with us. Stefan Krajnik, who covers Mississippi State for the Jackson Clarion Ledger, is going to jump aboard from the press box over there in Tiger Stadium. Matt House, LSU defensive coordinator, going to be with us as well. But when we come back, we'll get you some scores from around the SEC. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is Fighting Tiger Rewind. Auditory highlights from the last time out for LSU Fighting Tiger football. As heard on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
For well over a century, they've been playing college football here in Baton Rouge. And tonight we honor that tradition and that history with the first ever meeting between the Southern University Jaguars and your Fighting Tigers of LSU. And boot meets ball. We've got football here in Louisiana. Short, low-line kick. Takes a bounce at the 10. Fielded by King near side at about the 5. And he lost the football at the 20-yard line. The Tigers jump on it, and it is LSU football. Got hit about the 15-yard line, able to shake off that tackle, and then with extra effort, got hit again by a team of Tigers, and the ball jostled loose, and LSU forces the early turnover. It'll be 3rd down and about 7 here for the Tigers. Again, opening drive similar to last Sunday inside the red zone. But on Sunday against the Noles, they had to settle for the 36-yard field goal after the errant snap. Here's Daniels on 3rd and 7. Steps up in the pocket. Now decides to tuck and run up the middle of the field. Cuts it to the numbers, to the 10. 5. He dives in, right pylon. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 18-yard scamper for Jaden Daniels, his first rushing touchdown on the year. And the Tigers take an early 6-0 lead with 13:25 to go here in the first stanza. 2nd down and a yard. They go to Goodwin. He stiff arms a man at the 40. Now he's free. On the numbers, 20, 15, 10, and eventually upended down around the Southern 5-yard line. He planted a defender at the 40 who came up, had a chance to make the stop. Goodwin was having none of that. A 38-yard gain, a great tackle on the left edge, a great block rather by Will Campbell. Shotgun snap, Daniels gives it to Williams. Stutter steps now straight ahead to the goal line, leans in. He's got it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 5-yard touchdown run. Josh Williams with his first rushing touchdown of the season. And the Tigers make it 13-0. Still 11:46 to go here in the first quarter. Got the reverse coming near side, and Booty down the near sideline. Into Jag territory, the 45, the 40, the 35, and finally forced out inside the Jaguar 30-yard line. They're going to mark it at about the 20, let's see. They're going to mark it at the 30. He stepped out at the 30-yard line, and 41-yard gain as they just... little reverse coming near side. Booty lined up wide to the right. Took the little flip from Daniels, and off to the races he went. LSU up by 2 scores early. Daniels in the pocket with time. Flushed out, moves to his left. Throws on the run, and diving for it. Back left corner of the end zone. Jack Besh, Fighting Tiger football touchdown. 17-yard catch by Besh, who was in the back of the end zone. The throw was towards the back corner. Showing his athleticism, gets over and cradles it. Gets it in the arms and will celebrate a touchdown, making it 20-0 LSU with 7:16 remaining here in the first quarter. Here's a tip on a pass attempt on 1st down. Intercepted by Baskerville down the far sideline. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 29-yard pick six. Daniels again working with Goodwin to the left side in the shotgun formation. Gets the pass or gets the snap, throws, and right at the goal line, Malik Neighbors has it. He's in for the score. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Try to settle things down, get your bearings. 2nd down and 9 for the Jags. Snap back to McCray. Pocket gets tight, and he'll go down. Tigers get to him, sacking back around the 32-yard line. Savion Jones. Beauplan stands at the 19 of his own. Clayton down around the 24. The Tigers snap is back. Punt is blocked. Going to be bouncing down to around the 5. The Tigers try to pick it up, but it will roll out of the back of the end zone for a safety. Booty, the lone receiver to the left side. Taylor in at tight end. Daniel pump fake. In the pocket, has time. Airs it out, waiting for it. Caught at the 10-yard line. Going in towards the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Brian Thomas Jr. with the catch and the score. 3rd down and 10, calls for the snap. Nussmeier steps back, throws downfield, has a man open, caught over the shoulder at the 40-yard line. Neighbors makes a move at the 32, back to the center of the field, down to the 20-yard line before falling there. Big strike of 60 yards, Nussmeier to Neighbors, and it's 1st down and 10, Fighting Tigers. Here's the snap. Nussmeier hands it off, and this time Kane just batters his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. That'll make it an even 50-0 after a gain of 2. Kane with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the season. Time expires. Tigers win. Tigers win. This one is over with at Tiger Stadium. 65-17 the final. LSU moves to 1-1 on the season. So do the Southern Jaguars. And history tonight as these two teams, very well known, mean a lot to everybody in this city. They finished their first meeting, and it's LSU 65, Southern 17.
That was a Fighting Tiger Rewind. LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, continues after this quick break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
The official pregame show of LSU Fighting Tiger football.
He'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Tigers!
Back on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now to go around the Southeastern Conference. Around the SEC, proudly presented to you by Louisiana Travel. Feed your soul on a one-of-a-kind road trip in Louisiana. Visit LouisianaIsATrip.com today.
Get you up to date on scores from the Southeastern Conference today in the early morning window. Georgia looked every bit the number one team in the country. They went to Columbia, South Carolina, and embarrassed the Gamecocks. The final 48-7. It was not that close. South Carolina scored a late touchdown to avoid the shutout. Dogs moved to 3-0. Kentucky beat Youngstown State 31-0. The Stoops Bowl there, as Mark Stoops hails from Youngstown, invited his hometown team in and greeted them with a shutout. Kentucky top 10 in the country. Missouri got back on track after a bad week last week in Manhattan, Kansas. They beat Abilene Christian 34-17 up in Columbia. Games in progress right now. The big one in Jordan-Hare, Penn State 7, Auburn 3. That game is early in the second quarter. Ole Miss is in Atlanta to face Georgia Tech. Rebels lead 14-0 in that one. Vanderbilt up on Northern Illinois 14-7 midway through the second quarter. Tonight's action, Missouri State and Bobby Petrino visit Fayetteville. Akron is at Tennessee. South Florida will go to the Swamp in Gainesville. And Miami and Texas A&M from College Station, an 8 o'clock tip. It appears 3 high-profile freshmen for Texas A&M missed curfew last night and will be suspended for the game, including Evan Stewart, their 5-star wide receiver who's been excellent through a couple of weeks. So tough times over there for Jimbo in College Station. You hate to see it. LSU Athletics would like to thank tonight's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. Learn more at HancockWhitney.com/LSU. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, Brian will get you some scores from around college football, and Jay Johnson, LSU baseball coach, will jump aboard. That's next. It's LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time strong.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply. When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Trane. Plus, right now, Trane is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Trane.com to find a local Trane dealer today. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, leading you up to LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Pressure comes. Ojulari going to bring him down at the 43-yard line.
With a quick check of the college football scoreboard, let's go inside the Capital One studio with Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Yes, we are back in the Capital One studios, and it is time for your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard.
couple of these you heard from Hunt just a little while ago because the top 25 in the SEC do have a lot of crossover there. Georgia straight up annihilated South Carolina today, 48-7. With 4:21 to go in the first quarter, Alabama has a 28-0 lead over UL Monroe. Alabama has run all of 10 plays so far. Now, to be fair, they do have a defensive touchdown and a special teams touchdown on a blocked punt, but 28-0 tied. Ohio State kicks off at 6 versus Toledo. Number 4, Michigan was another early rout, 59-0 over UConn. 5th-ranked Clemson hosts La Tech coming up at 7 o'clock. Number 6, Oklahoma frosted Nebraska, 49-14. Yeah, I use that as a verb. The USC Trojans ranked 7th overall, hosting Fresno State at 9:30 tonight. Number 8, Oklahoma State has Arkansas Pine Bluff at 6. Will Levis was good for 377 yards as 9th-ranked Kentucky blanked Youngstown State 31-0. Number 10, Arkansas's got Missouri State coming up at 6. Number 11, Michigan State is an underdog to an unranked team. They're getting 3.5 at Washington coming up at 6:30. Right now, we've got 12th-ranked BYU and the 25th-ranked Oregon Ducks. The Ducks have a 17-7 lead, 11:40 to go in the second quarter of that one. The U, ranked number 13, kicks off late tonight, 8 p.m. versus at number 24, Texas A&M. Number 14, Utah, kicks off even later, 9 p.m. versus San Diego State. 15th-ranked Tennessee hosting Akron at 6, same time as number 16, NC State welcomes in Texas Tech. You got 17th-ranked Baylor beat Texas State 42-7 earlier today. Number 18, Florida's got a 6:30 kickoff against South Florida. 19th-ranked Wake Forest has a 4 p.m. kickoff against Liberty, so that's coming up pretty soon. Number 20, Ole Miss is at Georgia Tech, and that the Rebels have a 14-0 lead on the road, 8:15 to go in the second quarter there. Number 21, Texas, kicks off at 7 o'clock tonight. We've got number 22, Penn State is at Auburn. That game is in the second quarter as well. Penn State has a 7-3 lead over the Auburn Tigers, 10:16 to go in the second quarter. In state, we already told you about UL Monroe's troubles, as well as La Tech playing later on today. Tulane is at Kansas right now. Tulane Green Wave trailing Kansas 7-10 at halftime. ULL will be at Rice at 6:30. Northwestern State will be at Southern Miss at 6. Grambling is at Jackson State, 3:50 to go in the third quarter, and Jackson State starting to pull away with this one. Grambling was in this for quite some time, but the Tigers of Jackson State have a 38-17 lead over the Tigers of Grambling. Southern's going to kick off at 4 at Texas Southern. Central Connecticut will be at Southeastern at 6. We've got Nichols is at Southeast Missouri State. Southeast Missouri State has a 21-7 halftime lead. One more in-state school playing today. McNeese will take on Alcorn State at 7, and that is your scoreboard presented by Caesars Sportsbook. Let's throw it right back across the street where Hunt Palmer has baseball coach Jay Johnson.
Thank you, Brain. Our pleasure to be joined by LSU baseball coach Jay Johnson. Coach, I know you're busy on these days. Appreciate a little time.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I would imagine these are pretty important days for your program in terms of entertaining some prospective student athletes. It's a pretty electric environment here on campus. I mean, what do y'all do for these types of weekends?
Yeah, I think the first part's the attitude. You have to compete in the recruiting season the same way that you do in the competitive season. I think that might get lost on some fans. So we're in some battles. We got guys lining up like 3 to 5 official visits in a row, and we're trying to get them to pull the trigger on the decision for the Tigers.
We like that. You're doing a pretty good job of it. So now, take me back 12 months ago as opposed to now. You've been on the job for just a couple of months. Now you've got a year in the rearview mirror. How much a different place are you in right now than you were 12 months ago?
Yeah, first off, I love it here. I mean, I want to make this my home forever, to be honest with you. I think the fans, the environment, everybody made it really, really easy. I think the difference with the program, we were setting a lot of foundational things. Now we're kind of just working when you talk about recruiting and developing and all of that type of stuff. So a lot more settled and working hard.
Obviously, right off the field in Hattiesburg, it's tough to reflect on the season as a whole now that it's in the rearview mirror a good bit and you're looking forward to another one. How do you assess your first season here in Baton Rouge?
Yeah, very successful. I mean, we made a 6-spot jump in the conference standings, something I'm really proud of. We went 10-5 on the road in SEC play. Probably against as hard a road schedule as you could probably come up with. There was a lot of positives. Obviously, 4 guys drafted, Jacob Berry being the first college player drafted. Set a really good foundation for going forward. Obviously, the goal is to be in Omaha every year, and that's what I want to do. But with where we started to how it ended up. I'm very proud of that team.
Look, the summer can be a little slow on local talk radio because there's no games going on. You made sure to fill the content with continuing to bring in new players, specifically a lot of highly talented arms from the transfer portal. And in your recruiting class, you also brought in a new pitching coach in Wes Johnson. This fall, what's your goal in terms of developing that pitching staff? Do you stretch guys out to look at who's going to be starters? Do you just want to keep guys healthy and work on mechanics? What is the fall like for that pitching staff?
Well, the first part is keeping them healthy. That's the most important part, and maybe identify where guys fall for you. We won't extend anybody past 3 innings. I just think there's too much time between the end of the fall and when you ramp them back up. So it'll be pitch development, it'll be pitch design, it'll be competing, it'll be finding out maybe where guys fit as far as the beginning of the game, the middle of the game, the end of the game. And, really looking forward to seeing how it plays out. There's going to be a lot of competition.
Sure is going to be a ton of competition when the season starts as well. You got the schedule that came out this week. You're going to take a trip out to Round Rock, a midweek game at the University of Texas, and the SEC slate that has Tennessee and Arkansas coming to town. Your thoughts when you saw the entire schedule laid out in front of you?
Yeah, it's exciting. I think, the first thing I did when I walked in the office when I got the job was look at the 22 schedule and noticed our road opponents, and you kind of get numb to it a little bit of like, this is how it goes in the SEC. And I mean, it's the best conference in college sports. In baseball, it's the best conference by a mile. And so every weekend is the same, and really looking forward to that challenge.
He is LSU head baseball coach Jay Johnson. Fall ball starting up first week of October, and obviously the middle of February they will get underway. It's going to be probably the top-ranked team in college baseball. Coach, we appreciate some time. Get back to work, all right?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Howard.
Jay Johnson, LSU head baseball coach. We are getting you ready for LSU and Mississippi State. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now for your Game Day forecast.
Now here's the weather.
From inside the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, bringing it back inside the Capital One studio one more time, this time for your pregame weather update, presented by Southern Air, proud partner of LSU Athletics. No chance of rain tonight. We should be at 88 degrees by kickoff with the heat index, making it feel like 94. We're looking at 55% humidity for kickoff with an 8-mile-per-hour breeze out of the southeast. As the game wears on, we should be at 84, feeling like 89 at halftime, up to 64% humidity by then. Down to 79 for the walk back to the car, then slowly tapering down into the mid-70s as you make your way home to watch Texas A&M and the U as the night wears on. Right now, we are at 91 degrees, feeling like 97, 50% humidity. We've got a 6-mile-per-hour breeze coming in from the east. Let's throw you back across the street where it is 91 degrees. Take it away, Hunt Palmer.
Might be 191 degrees, Brain, but we'll take your word for it. The Whataburger Jr. broadcaster program gives Tiger fans between the ages of 6 and 12 the opportunity to be interviewed by the LSU Sports Radio Network crew before each LSU home game. To enter your child, just download the LSU Sports mobile app, click on the Whataburger Jr. broadcaster ad, and hit the like button for your chance to win. Winners also receive 4 tickets to the next home game, so make sure to visit the new Whataburger location near Burbank and Nicholson. It is opening soon. It is time for our Whataburger Jr. broadcaster segment. We have got Ava. Everybody give Ava a hand. Ava, how are you today?
I'm doing great.
You're doing great. You want to wave to Mom and Dad? Say, hey, Mom and Dad.
Hey, Mom and Dad.
All right, I heard this morning you ran a 2-mile race.
Yes, sir.
Did you get tired?
Yes.
Oh, you did, but you finished.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Guess what I did this morning? I ate a bunch of breakfast and watched TV. You were running 2 miles. That's unbelievable. And I am told, somebody told me that you love nature and hiking. What do you love best about going out and hiking?
I love because, I love all the animals, and I love the peace and quiet, and I just love to explore.
Wow, I love that. Now, there's no peace and quiet out here, but there is an animal over there. Did you get a chance to see Mike the Tiger?
Yeah.
What is your favorite thing about coming to an LSU game with Mom and Dad?
Seeing Mike and Tiger.
Seeing Mike the Tiger. That is a big, big cat. Now, you love the Tigers football team?
Yes.
Who's going to win the game tonight, LSU and Mississippi State?
LSU.
LSU is going to win. What's the score going to be?
I think it's going to be 40-0.
I love the attitude. 40-0 is what Ava has to say to us. Now, do you love Whataburger?
Yes.
You love a cheeseburger? Whataburger's my favorite place. I love to hear that. That is Ava. Says it's going to be 40-0 LSU over Mississippi State. We love to hear that. Thanks to Mom and Dad for bringing it over. Give me 5, Ava. That was awesome. Great, great job. Great American RV Superstores connects you with one of America's greatest pastimes. Visit GreatAmericanRV.com for one of the largest selections of top RV models and floor fans for every type of camper. Great American RV Superstores, making memories one weekend at a time. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST. Not CST, it's $3 vodka. When we come back, we'll give you our keys to victory from right here in the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. Counting you down to LSU and Mississippi State on LSU Game Day.
With a plan from People's Health, you get the benefit of a complimentary health club membership. But that's not all. They now offer 65% more fitness centers with gyms you can visit nationwide while traveling. And the flexibility of joining multiple gyms to fit your lifestyle. There's even online programs to help you stay active in the comfort of your own home. To learn more about this expanded benefit, give People's Health a call, 1-855-821-2666, or visit peopleshealth.com.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill. Hey, Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU athletics. Go Tigers!
Fans, enjoy the fun of tailgating without having to worry about setup or teardown. Let Revelry Sports and Entertainment do all the work for you, providing full-service tailgating for LSU fans. Revelry Sports and Entertainment is offering premium tailgate packages at the Oaks on the grounds of the Patrick F. Taylor Building, just down the street from Tiger Stadium. The Oaks is presented by Rouse's Markets. Tailgate packages for the season and single-game spots are now available. Just go to revelryteam.com/LSU or call 225-244-9345. That's 225-244-9345.
Take 2 parts Tiger superstars, 1 part superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We are about an hour and 8 minutes to kickoff from Tiger Stadium. LSU and Mississippi State. Countdown to kickoff is delivered by ASAP. ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Still have a couple of conversations to get to. One with Stefan Krajnik of the Jackson Clarion Ledger. He covers Mississippi State, and he'll join us from inside the press box. Coming up next, we also have an interview with Matt House, LSU defensive coordinator, that you'll hear a little bit later as well. But Brandon and Marlon back in action. Time for keys to victory. Marlon Favorite, your key to victory today.
Well, Hunt, normally I would spend a little time on the D-line, but I won't be my usual self. I'm going to go to the level behind the linebackers. It's going to be very important that they close off those little 5 to 7 yard passing windows that'll be there. I don't know what the game plan is for it in regards to how they're going to disguise it. Are they going to do some type of zone, man, cover running back type, whatever we have to do. The linebacking core has to be intact. They have to be able to cover, again, make those wide open tackles. You have to make those open tackles because there's going to be a lot of open field tackles today. And you must make big plays in those little windows.
Yeah, at linebacker, Brian Kelly said you're going to see a lot of Micah Baskerville, who loves to play in space. We saw the pick 6 last week for Micah Baskerville. You're going to see a lot of him. Mike Jones runs very well. I think you're going to see a lot of him as well. And Harold Perkins is a guy that Brian Kelly said you're going to see play a lot. Now, I don't know if that's going to be necessarily what you were talking about there in terms of playing a stack backer spot and cutting off intermediate routes. They may play him at that jack linebacker spot and see if he can't rush the passer a little bit. But your thoughts on young Harold Perkins getting a little more action today?
I like it. I like the switch up. And I'm used to seeing 5 to 6 linebackers rotate in for the Tigers. So, that would be good to see Harold Perkins get some reps this week.
Brandon Taylor, key to the game.
Key to the game, I'm going to piggyback off of last week, getting your big playmakers the ball early and letting them get comfortable in the system and the flow of the game and getting the rhythm with these guys. Like, you got enough weapons out there to dominate teams on offense and just to impose your will on offense. And we need to get those guys the ball early in space and let them create big plays.
That would be really nice. It was obvious they were going to 7 early last week. They got to him the first 2 passes of the game were to Keyshawn Boutte after he was a little bit frustrated after half of football back in the Superdome. So I'm with you. Get those guys the football. For me, the key to this game for LSU is going to be finding some sort of running game. They've got to do that. They didn't do it at all in the Superdome. You look at it was basically all Jaden Daniels running for his life was the only running game that they had. You get John Emery back. We'll see if he can help do that a little bit. But this Mississippi State defensive front is really good. Cam Young is a pro. He's going to be playing at the nose. Nathan Pickering has had a really nice start to the year. He wears number 22. Mississippi State, Tyrus Wheat from A-Meat is a big physical dude. And if you look at this defensive front for Mississippi State, Jordan Davis, graduate senior. Cam Young, 5th-year senior. Nathan Pickering, senior. Tyrus Wheat, senior. Jaden Cremendi, who's probably not going to play, is a graduate student. Randy Charlton, 5th-year senior. Everybody up front has been a 5th or 6th-year player for Mississippi State. These are grown men up there up front that have played really well. LSU cannot let them just pin their ears back and go rush the passer. You have to establish a ground game and keep Mississippi State from getting upfield against an inexperienced offensive line that LSU has. Because if you don't get a ground game going and you go 3 and out a good bit, Mississippi State's ball control is going to wear that defense down in this Louisiana heat. You can't have that happen. So for LSU, the key today, find a ground game. I don't care if it's read option. I don't care if it's zone scheme, gap scheme, stretch plays. Whatever it does work, you got to find a way to run the football. Fave, how do they do that today?
Well, again, it starts up front on the offensive line. I don't know if it's a little bit of combination blocks on the nose guard or try to hit some up the middle. I don't know if it's I hate to use the word toss. Maybe trying to develop some type of outside run.
2011 team reunion. We can talk about the toss.
Lee, that was
outside running game. Just literally try to put your offensive line in a position to get some mismatches on blocks. Sometimes when you have a pulling guard run a little bit of outside run with the pulling guard, that helps out a lot too, because again you get your mismatches on the outside with a safety, or a cornerback. So I think just being creative in that way. And I know this is John Emery's first game back, but I still feel like it's important to get him some rhythm going, because even though it's his first game back, if he has, let's say for instance, 10, 15 touches, he still may rack up 75 to 100 yards. You know, those big runs, that speed getting in that open space is going to be huge for the Tigers.
I would love that, love that, love that. Get to Stefan Krasnick inside Tiger Stadium where the masses are headed right now as we're just over an hour from kickoff. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Tiger fans, all LSU Sports Radio Network broadcasts are streamed free on LSUsports.net. To listen live on your phone, download the LSU Sports mobile app. The app is a free download in the iTunes Store or Google Play. Visit LSUsports.net/apps for details. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village just outside Tiger Stadium. We'll take a timeout, then we'll go inside Tiger Stadium. Chat with Stefan Krasnick about the Bulldogs. That's next on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Kickoff is coming up soon. Let's learn more about the Tigers' opponent with Tiger Recon on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We're here inside the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village, sweating bullets. We'll go inside. See someone who's enjoying the comfort of the air conditioning. Stefan Krasnick of the Jackson Clarion Ledger. He covers Mississippi State, joins us now. Stefan, how are you?
I'm good. It's nice and cool up here. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'll be there shortly, but we got to sweat through this to start. Listen, how would you describe covering Mike Leach on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, well, it's certainly an adventure. You never know what you're going to give any given press conference. You know what mood he's going to be in. If he's going to be in one of those moods where he gives you one of those viral clips. But you know, when it comes to the day-to-day, it's pleasing to see that he gives us the type of access that he does. You know, for the first couple weeks of preseason camp and things of that nature, we were allowed to watch full practices and get availabilities and talk to players and assistant coaches. So it's been a blast. This is year 2 for me covering the team. Obviously it's been a fun team to cover. The jump that they've made from last year to what appears to be a good year ahead this year. And then he's a funny guy, man. He's cool to deal with, cool to talk to. I enjoy talking to him when the press conference ends, probably more than I do during the press conference.
I understand how that goes. I felt for Mike Leach and really all the coaches who jumped into year ones in a new place and had to install their systems via Zoom, which is what Mike Leach was put into in 2020. Now they're 3 years in, and he's had Will Rogers, and of course you've had Zach Arnett on the defensive side of things for 3 years. Safe to say that the culture and the foundation is put in place, and everybody's really comfortable where they are in Starkville?
Yeah, no, that's a great way to describe it. And, like you said, the difficulties of 2020, by itself were tough, and Mississippi State was a program that, at the time had a lot of young players, went through a lot of, roster shuffling. Leach wasn't afraid, and his staff weren't afraid to, kind of call out the players they didn't think fit their culture, and there was a lot of players that left. They weren't, you go into some of those games, you're limited because of COVID numbers, so it was a tough 2020 year, and now you kind of look at the roster that they have in place. I mean, a lot of LSU fans watching the game today are probably going to realize there's a lot of familiar names from that 2020 game and from the game last year, just because so many players have stuck around. And, Leach says that they're not an old team because it's still a lot of juniors. They don't necessarily have a lot of seniors yet, but they're an experienced team because as true freshmen, a lot of these guys were forced into playing time. So, they've had time to really build what they've been looking to build, and there's been no surprise that, last year was a good jump for them, and this year appears to be headed that way. Because when you look at his 10 years at Texas Tech and Washington State, it was kind of the same way. Around year 3, year 4 was when you kind of saw those programs really start to piece it together, and a lot of that has to do with, what you guys talked about in terms of implementing, stuff on and off the field of how you're going to run things.
I was curious, and I went back and looked at Mike Leach's quarterbacks over the years. It didn't matter if it was year 3 of Cliff Kingsbury, year 3 of Graham Harrell, or if it was just 1 year of B.J. Simmons, or the numbers are always exactly the same, no matter how much experience you have or what classification you are, or what talent level you have. I love Will Rogers. I think he's an awesome quarterback. What makes him a good fit for this Mike Leach offense?
I think where he's made the huge steps is, his understanding of this offense has been evident. I think more so pre-snap than even, during plays. Like you said, the passing yards and if you can get a good completion percentage, they're going to be there because this offense is so spaced out that you're going to have open receivers to hit. But you'll see in this game probably more so than the past 2 years. I guess 2020 he wasn't even the one against LSU, but compared to last year against LSU, he's going to do a lot of checks at the line. He's comfortable making calls on his own now on the field because he's seen so many plays. He's gone in so many of these games that he's comfortable kind of being a second set of eyes for Mike Leach, especially as the play clock's winding down. I'll give you an example. Last week they had a big 4th down near the goal line against Arizona, and Arizona had trimmed the lead down to 8, was making it interesting early in the 4th quarter, and Leach basically, they were planning on just trying to get Arizona offsides and then maybe calling a timeout and trying to see what they wanted to do from there, if they still wanted to go for it, kick a field goal. And Will Rogers made a call at the line, and he ran a quick pass, got it to Austin Williams for a touchdown. So that's the kind of stuff where I feel like he's excelled, maybe even more so than some guys we've previously seen, in this air raid offense.
We'll take a timeout, come back and talk about this Mississippi State defense. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Hours Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hey, Tiger fans, 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit LSUMKC.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
Keen Miller, serving the legal needs of business and industry across Louisiana and Texas. They are dedicated to providing quality, efficient, and cost-effective legal services from offices in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, Lake Charles, Houston, and the Woodlands. Learn more now at KeenMiller.com. That's KEANMILLER.com. Linda Perez Clark, Managing Partner.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Learning more about the team across the field. Tiger Recon continues on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Chatting with Stefan Krosnick of the Jackson Clarion Ledger inside the press box in Tiger Stadium. LSU and Mississippi State coming at you at 5 o'clock. Stefan, how would you characterize the talent level in the secondary for this Mississippi State team?
Yeah, that's probably the one area where they're a bit shaky. I mean, in terms of talent, you know, you got SEC level talent, but they depend a lot on what the guys up front can do. If the guys get pressure, you know, on opposing quarterbacks, I think it makes up for maybe some flaws that the secondary has. We saw it a few times last year, the explosive plays defensively that they allowed, or, you know, where Mississippi State was flawed and where teams, I mean, even Vandy last year was able to get some big plays against that secondary. So that's where they get a bit shaky. Obviously, Martin Emerson's gone this year. DeCamion Richardson kind of steps in at corner along with Emmanuel Forbes. So that's definitely the one area of the game where if you're an LSU fan or if you're Brian Kelly, you're circling and you're trying to take advantage of that. But most of it will start, you know, up front and making sure if Jaden Daniels has time that he can, you know, have that time to take advantage of a bit of a lackluster secondary from Mississippi State.
Yeah, we know that Mississippi State defensive line is good. It's always good, and this year is no exception. Stefan, thanks so much for your time. Safe travels back to Starkville. Enjoy the ball game tonight.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on, guys. And to any fans who come often to this, you know, I'm a first timer, so don't forget how cool it is, because I'm really enjoying being here at Death Valley. So if you're a guy with season ticket holders, don't get too used to it. Don't take it for granted.
Thanks so much, Stefan. We appreciate it. It is a special place. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are creating transformational change and impact in Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at OLOLRMC.com/LSU. It's LSU Game Day. It's presented by 3 Olives Vodka, and it's on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, tailgating is back. Revelry and LSU Athletics bring you the 2-minute turnkey tailgate. Choose your game, choose your add-on, show up on game day, and tailgate like a champion. Reserve yours today at revelryteam.com. Still waiting to hear from LSU defensive coordinator Matt House. That's coming up after the timeout. But first, let's go inside the mind of the Tigers.
Time to go inside the mind of the Tiger.
Tight end Mason Taylor.
I try to worry about myself, stay humble, and keep working, and keep doing it the best I can to help the team. I feel pretty good. I mean, as a team, I feel like we definitely bounced back from FSU. Just first game jitters, but I definitely think we'll be very prepared for this first game, and I think it's a big game for us, a big statement.
Wide receiver Chris Hilton.
Being from Florida State, we kind of started off slow, so the emphasis for Southern was to start out fast. And that's exactly what we did. So overall, I feel like we did good, and we got to do the same thing for next game. So that's one of the things we focus on in practice, trying to get the confidence going with everybody. So like as the week goes on, we're constantly trying to build that up.
Defensive lineman Savion Jones.
I feel pretty confident coming in the game plan that we got for them in their offense. I feel like it could be a really good battle. First off, number one thing is, have great effort. You got to have disciplined eyes and, just learn how to play your gap and don't be undisciplined.
The mind of the Tigers. The guys will be back with more right after this quick break on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk On's family and friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Are you a homeowner looking to keep your home cool while saving money? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who wants to offer customers more efficient, more consistent home comfort. Luxair is the name to know for unmistakably efficient and reliable home cooling. And great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit SolarSupplyLuxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
Out on the field or on the court is where thousands of LSU athletes learn lessons of a lifetime. I know I did.
Learning about hard work, sacrifice, and teamwork makes a huge difference in people's lives.
That's why we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Dudley DeBosier is a firm that brings our LSU values to work with us every day.
Because we believe that's how you make a difference in people's lives.
The Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 21-12229. Built upon a solid foundation of cast iron and steel, the Kubota LO1 series is part of our tractor lineup, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. They feature powerful Kubota diesel engines and easy operation. The durable Kubota LO1 series. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Take 2 parts Tiger superstars, 1 part superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time now to chat with an LSU assistant coach. This week, LSU defensive coordinator Matt House, our guest. Coach, you spent a lot of time in college football, but your last stop was in the NFL. What's the adjustment been back to college football?
I think the biggest thing is just the time allotment with the kids. You know, you don't have them all day like an NFL player. So just balancing that academic responsibility, the social responsibility they have, and then what we're trying to get done on the football field.
Your last stop was in Kansas City, one of the loudest environments in the NFL. Tiger Stadium, one of the loudest environments in college football. How much of an impact can the crowd have on this Mississippi State offense on Saturday?
Absolutely huge. I mean, anytime that you force the offense to go through communication that they can't do verbally through hand signals, it can disrupt timing. It can be a huge advantage to us defensively.
Coach Kelly this week has compared Mike Leach's offense to the triple option. Obviously, it looks a lot different in the air raid as opposed to the ground game, but when you put on the tape, is that kind of the same thing that you see?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an offense that forces you to defend every blade of grass, and that's got to be your mindset going into the game.
Chatting with LSU defensive coordinator Matt House. Will Rogers, it's his 3rd year in this system. He looks pretty comfortable to me, the novice advisor. When you look at Will Rogers on tape, I mean, what do you see from the Mississippi State quarterback?
I see a guy that's really comfortable in the pocket. He gets the ball out on time. He can make all the throws. Very intelligent. They've done a great job with him.
When you coach your defensive backs this week, you know the ball is going to be in the air 50, 55, 60 times. What is the most important thing for that defensive back group this week?
I think finishing on the ball, just as you said, like the ball is going to be up in the air, and we got to have the mindset that when the ball's in the air, it's our ball.
Defensive front, B.J. Ojolari, Ali Gage, Quaylen Roy, that group has been heralded in the offseason. I know the ball gets out pretty quickly, so what is the goal for the defensive line this week?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing they can do is press and disrupt the pocket. You know, the teams that have had success against State in the past, there's all kinds of deflected balls. So matching the hand will be big for the front.
Obviously, the SEC opener this week, have you noticed a little bit of a change in the building with the players on the practice field, or is it just same as it was the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, and I think that's been the message of Coach all week. You know, the sense of urgency's got to go up.
Coach, we really appreciate some time. Best of luck in the ballgame.
Thanks, really appreciate it.
That's LSU defensive coordinator Matt House. We are counting down to kickoff LSU and Mississippi State. We'll be back with more of LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Talking Fighting Tiger football. Back with more LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time now to look at tonight's Built Ford Tough Series history, brought to you by your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. Let the good times roll. Tigers have won 76 against Mississippi State, dropped 36. There have been 3 ties in Baton Rouge. LSU leads the series 49-20-1, but it's been competitive over the last 5 years. Mississippi State has won 2, LSU has won 3. Of course, you remember LSU won almost 20 in a row in this series against Mississippi State. Hey, LSU fans, StubHub, the easiest way to experience every Tigers game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite going to close it up next. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
If you want to see the world's largest chest of drawers, you go to High Point, North Carolina.
Yeah, that's a big chest.
If you want to stand under the skirt of the giant 15.4-ton statue of Marilyn Monroe, you go to Palm Springs, California.
Yeah, that is a big chest.
And if you want to discover the world's biggest, bestest pizza, you go to Fat Boy's Pizza. 30 inches of premium toppings, cheesy awesomeness, and crust perfection awaits.
That's a big pizza.
Size matters at Fat Boy's Pizza.
Nice.
More to love.
Okay.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Mow, dig, haul, lift. The versatile Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor does it all. Switching attachments is simple, and a smooth hydrostatic transmission makes for easy operation. The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Kickoff is just around the corner. One last time, let's get final thoughts from the guys before boot meets ball on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
TJ Ribs, legendary local barbecue and home of the Brian Kelly Show. It's the official barbecue restaurant of LSU Athletics and the presenting sponsor of the Tiger One Village. We have every game all the time. To-go tailgate packages and event catering located on Acadian Thruway, Segan Lane, and Airline in Prairieville. Visit us online at tjribs.com. Fave, how does it go tonight?
It goes well. The Tigers are victorious tonight. I think we get out there and handle business all 3 phases, and I'm confident in this team. Hello, somebody.
BT, how's it go? We're going to honor the 2011 team with a win?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I think that we see a complete offense plays today from the run game to the pass game.
I would love to see that. Big one tonight, and it's going to be an awesome environment. It's been a fun day on campus. A lot of people moving inside the stadium right now. Should be a really, really electric environment early on. Hopefully the Tigers can play a good ball game, get a win, and then you'll hear from us 30 minutes after this thing goes final. We'll have the Fighting Tiger post-game report on your drive home. We'll be answering your questions via Twitter and reacting to the game, as well as getting you caught up on scores from around the country. That's all we can do from right here in the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. I'm Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite. Again, you can catch us 30 minutes after it goes final on the Fighting Tiger post-game report. It is now time to toss things inside the stadium to the broadcast team. You know them. It's Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, and the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. It's LSU. It's Mississippi State. It's inside Tiger Stadium. Here come the Tigers.
This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting,
a teenager, learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Tiger fans, from border to border, coast to coast, and all the ships at sea, LSU Fighting Tiger football is on the air. This is LSU Fighting Tiger football from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fires a bullet, caught. J.R. Jenkins back in the end zone. Touchdown! 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 Fighting Tigers!
For the third straight season, the Fighting Tigers open SEC play against the Mississippi State Bulldogs.
Game time, baby. It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
One of the oldest series in the Southeastern Conference, with 115 previous battles. It's the Mississippi State Bulldogs, the Fighting Tigers of LSU. The race for the SEC West begins tonight.
The sun will soon find its home in the western sky, and it will be Saturday night in Death Valley.
And the countdown to kickoff starts now. From inside legendary Tiger Stadium with the call of the game, here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
For the 90th season, Southeastern Conference play begins, and for the third straight season, it is a familiar foe as the Mississippi State Bulldogs travel down from Starkville to face your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Hello, everybody. This is Chris Blair along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush, our spotter Jim Nickel, Patrick Wright with stats, onside engineer Joe Jackson, and the straw stirring the drink back in the Capital One studio, Mr. Brian Haldane, welcoming you to legendary Tiger Stadium here on the campus of LSU in Baton Rouge. It's the 116th meeting between the Bulldogs and Tigers, one of the oldest series in the SEC that dates back to 1896 when LSU throttled State 52-0 here in Baton Rouge. In fact, the Tigers have won 19 of the last 22 meetings in this series, dating back to the year 2000. Now, Mississippi State has been able to win 2 of the last 5 meetings, including that nightmare to start the 2020 season here at Tiger Stadium, as Mike Leach in his first year put up big numbers, winning 44-34. But truly, all of that is ancient history as far as LSU head coach Brian Kelly is concerned. It's about the here and the now. With LSU 1-1 on the season, the Bulldogs come in with a 2-0 mark, and both teams get a sense that the SEC West may be up for grabs in 2022. And getting a leg up early in this always arduous SEC gauntlet is welcome one. And one of these two teams will savor that later this evening. LSU leads this overall series in a big way. 76 wins to 36 losses and 3 ties. But right now, the only game that matters is this one tonight. So find your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, kick back and join us for all the action on a Saturday night in Death Valley. It's Mississippi State, it's LSU, and it's coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey Tiger fans, we're Dudley DeBosier.
And we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Cheering on the Tigers is a Louisiana tradition.
There's nothing better than a good tailgate with great friends, followed by a huge LSU victory.
Whether you're from Shreveport or Houma, New Orleans or Baton Rouge, come game day, we're all pulling for the purple and gold.
Demand different. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112228.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers.
Hey Tiger fans, your new favorite local delivery app is here. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. All season long, make sure to use promo code TIGERS22 to score free delivery and automatically be entered in the Winner ASAP Dinner Sweepstakes for a chance to win LSU tickets, autographed merchandise, and more. That's promo code TIGERS22. ASAP is the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics.
Welcome in to the Countdown to Kickoff from the LSU Sports Radio Network. Delivered by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Leading you up to Fighting Tiger football. But first, a visit with LSU head coach Brian Kelly. Standing by with a coach, here's former Tiger Gordy Rush.
Coach, as we talk about tonight's game, your first ever matchup against Coach Mike Leach, but as you talked about in your press conference on Monday, very familiar with Coach.
Yeah, and certainly his style of offense is one that I've seen before, and it's difficult to defend. We're going to have to do a great job tackling in space. We're going to have to be persistent, but patient too. You know, these are offenses that have answers to everything. So we're not going to out-scheme them. We're going to have to out-execute them on defense, and certainly we're going to have to hold on to the football and be really efficient on offense.
You know, Coach, it's been interesting since he's come to the SEC. He's kind of evolved in more of a ball control, higher percentage offense. Not only is Will Rogers leading the SEC in passing, 78.6% completion last week against Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, and that's part of the offense, right? He's going to take what you give him. And they're using their running backs efficiently. If you drop 8, the ball's going out to the running back. They're going to take 5-6 yards, keep the chains moving. And look, it's easier to call plays when it's 2nd and 4 than 1st and 20. So, again, smart coach, been there, done it, seen every defensive look. So nothing that you throw at him is going to be different. So, again, we've got a plan. We'll have to stick with our plan, be really good at tackling in space, getting the ball carried down. You got to fight for every yard when you play a team like this. And as long as we fight for every yard, we'll be in good shape.
Let's talk about it a little bit. When your team has the football, Mississippi State very good on defense. 30th last year in the country. Zach Arnett's done a great job from coming over from San Diego State for Coach Least. What's the key to attacking their defense?
Well, first of all, they're a veteran group. They know what they're doing. And, you know, again, I think this is a defense that causes many people problems because you try to do too much. You know, we have to go to what has been good for us. And we've run tempo. We've used the tight end. We've been really efficient on first down. We have not turned the football over with Daniels in the game. I think if we take great care of the football, distribute the football to a number of different skilled players, we've got really good players, and we just need to get the ball out and stay away from the negative plays, because that's what they want to do. They want to create some havoc, and if we do a really good job of keeping things simple on our end, we'll be able to move the football.
Coach, one of the things not talked about a whole lot last week with the big win over Southern was the improved play in special teams. I know you were excited about that.
No doubt. I mean, and this is all three phases, and certainly it was disappointing in what happened the week before. We had to get better. So certainly a block punt obviously does a lot to you. Obviously, we forced a fumble on the very, very first play to kind of set the tone for the game on the kickoff. And again, we were efficient in everything that we did. We made some changes on our field goal extra point team, which I thought really helped us. So we need to continue to do that, because when you get into SEC play, you need all three phases.
All right, Coach, good luck tonight in the SEC opener here in Tiger Stadium.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats! But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
If it's a tale worth telling, it happens at LaBerge. With thousands of games to explore, hot streaks that never end, handcrafted flavors eager to please, and a vibe you'll never forget. It's a story in the making. This one, however, is to be continued. LaBerge Baton Rouge. What's your story? Must be 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Back with more on the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Let's check the game's starting lineups. Proudly presented by Visit Baton Rouge. Start exploring at visitbatonrouge.com. Here is former Tiger Doug Morrow on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Doug Morrow, Chris Blair, and Gordy Rush. LSU and Mississippi State about 20 minutes away from kickoff. And so let me give you today's starting lineups. It'll be night when the game is over, but it's day right now. The lineups are brought to you by Visit Baton Rouge. I'm going to give you Mississippi State's offense first, and you're going to hear the first name, and you're going to say, is it that guy? Well, that's number 2 at quarterback, Will Rogers. Not the Will Rogers, not the famous commentator on things All-American, but the quarterback that plays for Mississippi State, and he is excellent, throws at about an 80% completion margin, 6'2", 210 pounds, number 2. At running back, number 7, Jaquavius Marks, 5'10", 205. He's a junior. The wide receivers, 0, Rara Thomas, 6'2", 200. He's a sophomore. Number 82, Rufus Harvey, 5'10", 165, a sophomore. Number 4, Caleb Ducking, 6'5", 205. He is a senior. And number 85, Austin Williams, 6'3", 200. He's a senior. And you noticed I gave you 4 wide receivers because that's what they do. They like to throw the ball in this triple option oriented offense, which is a passing game, but it is a running game also. At left tackle, number 69, Quatravius Johnson, 6'7", 315, a senior. The left guard, number 66, Nick Jones, 6'3", 295, a junior. The center, LaQuinston Sharp, number 63, 6'3", 305, a senior. At right guard, number 57, Cole Smith, 6'3", 300, a senior. And at right tackle, number 58, Cameron Jones, 6'5", 305. He is a junior. For LSU, they will start offensively at quarterback, number 5, Jaden Daniels, 6'3", 200, a junior. At running back, number 21, Noah Kane, 5'11", 220, a junior. The wide receivers, number 7, Kayshawn Booty, 6 feet, 205, a junior. Number 80, Jack Besh, 6'2", 215, a sophomore. And number 11, Brian Thomas, 6'4", 201. He's a sophomore. At left tackle, number 66, Will Campbell, 6'6", 325. He's a freshman. The left guard, number 72, Garrett Dellinger, 6'5", 320. He's a sophomore. The center, Charles Turner, 69, number 69, 6'4", 295. He is a junior. Miles Frazier will be starting at right guard. He normally was at right tackle, but he's moving to right guard. 6'6", 323. He is a sophomore. His number 70. Emory Jones will be starting at right tackle. He is number 50. Miles Frazier at right guard, 6'6", 323, a sophomore. The tight end, Mason Taylor, number 85, 6'5", 245. He is a freshman. Defensively, Mississippi State will start defensive end, and they play 3 defensive linemen, a 3-3-5 defense. Number 6, Jordan Davis, 6'4", 270, a senior. The nose tackle, number 93, Cameron Young, 6'3", 310, a senior. The defensive tackle on the other side, number 94, Jaden Crumity, 6'5", 310. He's a senior. The linebackers, number 2, Tyrus Wheat, 6'2", 265. He's a senior. The other linebacker, number 14, Nathaniel Watson, 6'2", 240. He is a senior. The linebackers, number 44, Jet Johnson, 6'2", 235. He's a junior. The cornerbacks, number 13, Emmanuel Forbes, 6 feet, 180, a junior. Free safety, number 80, Jackie Matthews, 6 feet, 195. He's a senior. The strong safety, number 19, Colin Duncan, 6 feet, 205, a senior. The safety, Jalen Green, number 0, 6'1", 200, a senior. And the cornerback, the Cameron Richardson, 6'2", 190. He is a junior. And you notice all of the seniors, except for a couple of juniors there on the defense, they are a very experienced defensive front, and particularly the front 3 are excellent players, maybe all NFL guys one of these days. Defensively for LSU, they will start at a defensive end, number 11, Ollie Gay, 6'6", 265. He's a senior. Defensive tackle, number 92, Makai Wingo, 6 feet, 295, a sophomore. The nose tackle, Jaquelin Roy, number 99, 6'4", 315, a junior. At the other defensive end, number 18, B.J. Ojolari, 6'3", 250, a junior. The linebackers, number 6, Mike Jones, 6'1", 230, a junior. Greg Penn, number 30, 6'2", 238, a sophomore. At the cornerbacks, number 24, Jarek Bernard Converse, 6'1", 205, a senior. And Makai Garner, number 2, 6'2", 217, a junior. At the nickel, number 5, Jay Ward, 6'2", 188, a senior. Strong safety, number 28, Major Burns, 6'2", 187. He is a sophomore. And the free safety, Greg Brooks, number 8, 5'10", 187. He is a senior. So there you have the lineups for today's game. LSU's band marching out onto the field. They'll have some pregame festivities here in Tiger Stadium, and it's a somewhat sparse crowd right now because it's pretty hot, but as it cools off, there'll be more people here on the LSU campus who come into Tiger Stadium. Be a great crowd. Weather's going to be good for a game, mighty hot, and so that's going to take its toll on the players. So there you have the lineups. I'm going to be back with the BASF Formula for Success after we take this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hello, how can I help you?
I'm looking for your new fast play games, but really, how fast are they?
How fast do you say? Faster than a... Faster than a... Even faster than...
Whoa! Hey, that's fast.
Introducing new Fast Play games from the lottery. Get in between for $1. Rev up with $2 Super 7s. Bet on Black Cherry Bingo. Get the winning score with $5 Saints. And finally, it's a party with $10 cash extravaganza. Win up to $50,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
We are moments away from the excitement of LSU Fighting Tiger football as the countdown to kickoff continues. Presented by ASAP. Time to get the BASF formula for success. BASF. We create chemistry.
And now it's time for the formula for success presented by BASF. BASF, we create chemistry as the LSU band, big block LSU letters, out on the field facing the near side, which is the west side of this stadium. Sun shining brightly on the crowd and into the eyes of the crowd on the far side. LSU alma mater being played right now. Let me give you the BASF formula for success. For Mississippi State, Will Rogers, I've told you, that's not the Will Rogers who was the famous comedian and commentator. This is Will Rogers, the quarterback. But he's a better quarterback than the other guy was, and he is throwing at about 80% completion percentage. He is very, very accurate, and he understands this offense. This is the air raid offense that has been coached by Mike Leach of Pirate fame, incidentally, the head coach of Mississippi State. And Will Rogers happened to have a father who taught that offense to him in high school as he played high school football. So he is a guy that fully understands it. This is a triple option offense, although it's a passing offense. So they run the ball, they pass it, and this year they run it more than they did in the last couple of years. And remember, 2 years ago here in Tiger Stadium, they just tore up LSU on this field. The Tigers, the returning national champs, and they didn't wear the crown very long. For Mississippi State, they're not known this year for famous receivers, but they have excellent receivers, those that catch the ball very well They are considered to be outstanding, but there's so many of them, and they spread the ball around so much, it is like a running game, but they throw the football in the air instead. It's a 3-3-5 defense. Almost all seniors that Mississippi State starts on their defense. Coach Kelly calls their front three salty. That is his, I guess, Mike Leach pirate word. And they are pretty salty, and it must be a compliment if used in that lingo. LSU getting ready to begin the national anthem, and we'll take a break when that happens. Meanwhile, for LSU offensively, Jaden Daniels, 8 consecutive TV drives he has piloted. John Emery will be a starting back. Let's go down to the field for the national anthem. And there you have the national anthem. It's always a great piece of music to listen to before any sporting event or before any other event. And LSU's band just plays it to perfection. We're going to take a break. I'll be back with the toss before today's game. Gordy Rush will bring it to us on the sideline. But first, this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk On's family and friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
Keen Miller, serving the legal needs of business and industry across Louisiana and Texas. They are dedicated to providing quality, efficient, and cost-effective legal services from offices in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, Lake Charles, Houston, and the Woodlands. Learn more now at keenmiller.com. That's KEANMILLER.com. Linda Perez Clark, Managing Partner.
This has been the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now for LSU Fighting Tiger football. We go inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth for the call of the game, along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
Good Saturday evening, Tiger fans, and welcome to legendary Tiger Stadium. For the 90th season, LSU will begin SEC play as they welcome in the Mississippi State Bulldogs. As we get set, leading you up to kickoff just after 5 o'clock Central Time. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger Football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
With you inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth, the Tigers about to take to the field, come to the near sideline here as the crowd makes their way into Tiger Stadium for an earlier kickoff, again scheduled for just after 5 o'clock. Doug Morrow listening to you talking about the starting lineups, listening to you talking about the formula for success presented by BASF. It's an SEC opener, and this is a Mike Leach team that may be the best version he's had since arriving in Starkville.
You can hear all the noise in the background. The LSU team running out underneath the goalpost on the north end here. LSU, the traditional home uniforms, white jerseys, gold pants, gold headgear with the LSU insignia on the side of the helmets. Mississippi State has not yet come out, and the LSU captains will gather here on the sideline. The officials gathering together. They're getting ready to walk out to midfield for the toss of the coin. LSU's captains for today's game: number 18, B.J. Ojulari, number 11, Ali Gay, number 6, Mike Jones, and number 72, Garrett Dellinger. As 3 officials here on the near side, the LSU captains are going to come out on the field, and they're joining the officials right now. Mississippi State's captains are not yet out on the field, and their team now coming out of the tunnel on the south end of the field with the big Mississippi State banner led by one of the cheerleaders, and then the team joining them right behind them. The captain for Mississippi State on the far side. They're heading towards midfield. LSU's captains, Chris, getting ready to head out there. And Gordy Rush normally is out there, and sometimes they let him call the toss, but sometimes they'll let him watch it, and only that.
I'm down here, Doug. Down, it's just a Superdome thing. Beautiful evening as we're getting some shade now in Tiger Stadium. It's been a hot day in Baton Rouge, so the shade is much welcome.
All right, gentlemen, welcome to today's game. Mississippi State, you're the visiting team. You'll call the toss. LSU, you're the home team, all right? So this is the coin. SEC is heads. The team conference on the back is tails. What's your call? Tails. Tails is the call. It is heads. You want the toss. You want it. You want the ball.
So there you have it. LSU has won the toss. They are going to take the football, and they're going to return out of their south end. And, you know, that's been something we've heard about Brian Kelly. Coach Kelly, is if he wins a toss, he believes in taking the football. So the Tigers, Doug, are going to start on 0 against this 3-3-5 blitzing Mississippi State defense that was rated number 30 in the country just a year ago.
But Jaden Daniels has a chance to extend his 8-game streak of touchdown drives as LSU is going to have possession first. The Tigers, as we look down on the field, they'll be receiving the kick to our right. That is the south end zone. Mississippi State wearing their maroon jerseys, their white and gray pants, and their maroon helmets with the Mississippi State insignia. They will be lined up on the north end, kicking left to right as we look down on the field. LSU's team meeting, at least the receiving team, meeting together at about the 45-yard line. They're going to be deploying out onto the field. The officials getting all set up around the field in their assigned locations as Mississippi State's going to be kicking it off. LSU with their opportunity to extend that touchdown series that Jaden Daniels has made 8 of in a row. They're hoping that they can make 9 and hoping they can make a whole lot more before this night is over. As the Tigers deploying out on the field, Mississippi State is going to be lining up, ready to kick it off left to right. And here to give you all the play-by-play, the voice of the LSU Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Time now for the opening kickoff. Brought to you by H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. 15 minutes put up on the board. Mississippi State getting set to kick it back. We talk about special teams. It was big in the opening week for LSU. For Mississippi State, it's special teams by committee when it comes to kickoffs. So far this season, it has appeared Ben Rabin has handled most of the duties. Massimo Biscardi will also maybe get a chance to kick tonight. But right now, Rabin tees it up at the 35. Boot meets ball, and we've got football here in Louisiana. About 8 yards deep into the end zone. Javen Nicholas fields it, takes a knee. It's a touchback, and LSU's offense will start this game first down and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Again, 8 straight drives with a touchdown. That's what Jaden Daniels has delivered, the junior quarterback out of San Bernardino, California. We'll get the chance here. Gordy mentioned it. Coach Brian Kelly says the numbers are in your favor to take the football and get a chance to score more points in a given game. Tigers come out first down and 10 at the 25. Ball placed on the near side hash mark. Attacking right to left on your dial. Armani Goodwin gets the start in the backfield along with Daniels. Motion Neighbors. Here's the snap to Daniels. Handoff Goodwin. Goodwin running downhill across the 25. Going to be stood up as he reached the 27-yard line. A gain of 2. Jet Johnson, the leading tackler for Mississippi State. The senior out of Tupelo was able to get to him first. It'll set up second down and 8 at the 27-yard line. Tigers moving quickly. Line up 2 receivers out wide to the right. Neighbors in the slot. Keyshawn Booty out wide to the right. They'll have Mason Taylor getting the start at tight end along with Chris Hilton. Now Booty and Hilton will change positions. Keyshawn comes to the near side. Hilton out wide to the right.
And Chris, quick storyline. Emory Jones, a true freshman from Catholic Baton Rouge, played mop-up role last week and was dominant. Gets a start at right tackle.
Historic night with Campbell and Rogers both getting the start up front. Daniels on second down in the pocket, fires. Catch made at the 44-yard line by Booty, out of bounds near side. Picks up the first down for the Fighting Tigers on a gain of 18 yards. Saw this last week, Doug. They went to Keyshawn Booty early in the game against Southern.
Good way to start. Keyshawn Booty lined up on the left side, ran an out pattern behind the short defender for the reception.
Here's all kinds of miscues. A snap and movement up front going to halt this play on first down and 10. Again, the Tigers trying to move quickly.
False start. The entire offensive line. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Painted with a broad brush there by our official, our referee and crew chief, James Carter. Everybody across the line. Campbell, Dellinger, Turner, Jones, and Frazier. So again, Tigers will be sent back first down at 15. Move it back to the 40-yard line of their own. Just underway here in the first quarter. And again, LSU trying to keep the foot on the pedal here in this opening drive. Daniels, shotgun snap on 1st and 15. Plenty of time. Now will decide to run up the middle. Near side hash, cuts to the Tiger eye, and clipped by the ankles at the Mississippi State 47-yard line. A gain of 13 yards. It'll set up second down and short here after the penalty. Great move again by Daniels. And again, Doug, I like the fact that we saw last week. He takes time, goes through his progressions. If it's not there, he will run.
He is much more disciplined than he was 2 weeks ago.
So now our official letting the game clock operator to make sure the clock's moving.
Second down.
Again, James Carter calling for time here, and it looks like they're going to make sure everybody is on the same page as far as time remaining here in the first quarter as the sun sneaks from behind the clouds and basks most of the stadium in sunshine here.
Yeah, they just moved the clock down a minute and 2 seconds. It was at 14:37. It's now at 13:35 as they've had some issues getting the clock in rhythm to start this football game.
LSU taking the opening kickoff. So far, so good. Big pass play to Keyshawn Booty. Good run play by Jaden Daniels. Tigers playing on the Bulldog side of the field. They set the clock 13 minutes 45 seconds. It'll be second down and about 3 for LSU. Near midfield at the 47-yard line of the Bulldogs. A good one. On a wing to the right side of Daniels. Here's the snap. Goodwin gets the carry. He'll pick up the first down inside the 45 on a gain of 3 yards. Down to the Mississippi State 44-yard line. Tyrus Wheat coming in to make the tackle. The senior out of Amite, Louisiana. Goodwin hard running there, getting the start, making the most of it. It'll be first down and 10 for the Tigers now at the 44-yard line of the Dogs. Daniels again has Goodwin. 2 receivers left. Jenkins and Neighbors to the left side. Keyshawn Booty wide to the right. Mississippi State says there's movement up front. Here come the flags, and indeed there was.
False start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty. First down.
This time Garrett Dellinger singled out, the sophomore out of Clarkston, Michigan. So another procedure penalty, second of the game, backs up the Tigers 5 yards.
LSU gives themselves another 15 yards on first down that they have to make up. Now, they successfully made it the last series. They haven't successfully made it yet this series. Let's see how they do.
From the 49-yard line of the Dogs, Daniels in the pocket. Whips a pass, but too much on it. Incomplete to Goodwin, far side in the flat. Nowhere close to making that catch. Too much on it. It'll be second down and 15 now for the Tigers at the 49. Keyshawn Booty wide to the right, short side of the field. They'll have Jenkins and Neighbors to the left side of Daniels in the formation. Daniels looking for Booty down the field, and one-on-one coverage. It's overthrown and incomplete. Down around the 13-yard line far side to Camryn Richardson on coverage, a junior out of Cullen, Louisiana. Time pretty good coverage, Doug, step for step with Keyshawn Booty, one of the best receivers in the country.
And the pass widely thrown and out of bounds, so no real chance for Booty to make the reception on that play. This is an important play. Third down, they've got about 15 or 16 to go here for the first.
Tigers need to reach the 34-yard line of the Bulldogs, and it looks like LSU wants a timeout. Brian Kelly stepping out onto the field, and they will do just that. Their first timeout of the half comes again with 12:40 remaining in the first quarter. Timeout on the field. We'll take a timeout. We'll return. No score. Tigers with the ball, looking at 3rd and 15 from the Bulldog 49 when we continue on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff, the attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff, because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m. Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff, the attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff, because here, it just means more.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Scoreless here in Baton Rouge, 12:40 remaining in the first quarter. Sunshine sideline report, Gordy Rush down here. And we've had a lot of clock issues, Chris and Doug. And we talked about the time has not been accurate. And then the last couple of plays, the down and distance was off. The head official just ran behind the LSU bench and spoke upstairs. It's a problem up in the box. They had a conversation and finally switched it to now 3rd and 15. So hopefully everybody's on the same page and we've got that cleared up. One injury note, and you guys may may have talked about it, Anthony Bradford, the outstanding sophomore offensive lineman for LSU, is in street clothes. Frazier is, of course, starting at left guard. Emory Jones, at right guard, and Emory Jones at right tackle. Bradford's in street clothes, unavailable tonight.
Thank you, Gordy. So they get it set on the scoreboard. It will be 3rd and 15. Josh Williams, we'll see for the first time tonight, checks in as a running back. Tigers on the season 52% on 3rd down. They'll move Williams from the right to left side. Daniels calls for the snap. Has it belt high. Looks down the field. Drops it off underneath. Bobbled and incomplete to Besh at the 45-yard line. Thrown behind the Tiger receiver. And very close to getting in the hands of Nathaniel Watson. The senior out of Maplesville, Alabama, had a chance for Mississippi State. Luckily, it falls to the grass. Incomplete. And it sets up 4th down and 15. And the Tigers on this opening drive will have to punt it away. C.J. Bramblett, who will stand at the 35-yard line of the Tigers. Austin Williams, the receiver, down around the 9-yard line. Angled punt. Far side, takes a bounce at the 17, stays in bounds, rolls inside the 15, and eventually out of bounds. They'll say at the 13-yard line, a 34-yard punt. And the Bulldogs will start inside their own 20-yard line. Listen up, Tiger fans. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50. Went up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer. Pick up Hit 50 today. For your chance to win, must be at least 21 to purchase. We'll see Will Rogers, junior quarterback, leads the SEC with 9 passing touchdowns. He's 4th in the nation, completing 79% of his passes. He is the prototypical Mike Leach quarterback in this air raid assault. 1st down and 10, marked at the 13-yard line of their own as the Bulldogs attack left to right on your dial here at Tiger Stadium. Williams going to motion the receiver from right to left, 2 wide to each side, a single back. Rogers calls for the snap. Plenty of time, swings it near side to the running back, and catch made, and then dropped immediately at the 14. Dylan Johnson doesn't go far, maybe a gain of a yard before Jay Ward moving from safety to the nickel spot here in this game 3 for the Tigers. Great job tackling after a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 9 from the 14.
And that's the kind of defensive play that you need to stop this air raid offense. Sure tackling in the open field.
Rogers again takes the snap on 2nd down and 9, flips it out quickly to about the 19-yard line. Ducking hauls in the catch. Forced out of bounds by Major Burns, but a 5-yard pickup. Set up 3rd down. Somewhat manageable. Again, the pass is the run, although this Mississippi State team, as Doug told you before kickoff, averaging about 100 yards per game on the ground, which you can equate that to 150, maybe 200 yards for other offenses. 3rd down, Rogers will send 2 receivers right, 2 wide to the wide side of the field. And Rogers, noise affecting him a little bit, steps up to his center, now gets back in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Handoff on the ground, upended at the 20-yard line. There's going to be Dylan Johnson as Harold Perkins coming in and just flips him end over end. Appears to be short on the carry. It'll be 3rd down and about a yard. Or 4th down, rather, and a yard for Mississippi State. Now, the Bulldogs this season have gone for it on 1 occasion and succeeded 100% on 4th down conversions, but fairly deep in their own territory at the 21-yard line. Mike Leach, the Pirate, going to try to bring out the cannons here. We'll see. Rogers stepping up. Let's see if they snap it or try to get LSU to get jumpy. 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right side on 4th and a yard. Snap is back. Again, the handoff. Johnson's got it. Carries it up across the 25 to the 26-yard line. He'll pick up the 1st down on a gain of 4. Micah Baskerville there to make the stop, but 2nd level is where Johnson was able to pick up that 1st down. 10-10 to go, 1st quarter, no score. Rogers, trip receivers again to the left, 1 lone receiver to the right, sends it out on the screen, a little off the mark, and making the catch, and then dropped immediately after he picks up maybe 3, maybe 4 is Rufus Harvey, the sophomore out of Starkville. Again, the pass a little off the mark. Harvey had to kind of jump in the air, pull it down, and then keep his balance to move forward. It'll be 2nd down and 6 now with the ball placed just shy of the Mississippi State 30-yard line. Two veteran wide receiver corps in this game today for both LSU and Mississippi State. Rogers again has Johnson on a sidecar to his right. Here's a quick toss to Johnson near side, and he'll get yards up across the 35 to the 37 and pick up the first down. Huge job, Doug, up front on that offensive line for Mississippi State. Had a huge hole, and it was easy for Johnson to pick up the first down and then some.
And Mississippi State running the ball successfully here early in the game. LSU's put him in a tough spot the last set of downs, and Mississippi State was still able to run it for the first. Good pickup here for another first down.
First down and 10 at the 37-yard line of their own. And we got movement up front. And it looks like Jacoby and Guillory in the neutral zone. This will give Mississippi State some free yardage unless he was pulled across. We'll see.
Outside. Defense. Number 92. 5-yard penalty. First down.
So that time Guillory anticipating the snap count.
Chris, quick update for our fans inside Tiger Stadium. The scoreboards, the clock, they're not accurate on the big scoreboard in the south end zone. The other ones, the smaller ones, it is working correctly.
So first down and 5 now. Getting closer to midfield. Again, Mississippi State will take the run. This time Jaquavius Marks, the junior out of Atlanta, gets his first carry. Mike Jones able to get to him quickly after a modest gain. Maybe a yard, that's all. It'll be second down and 4 at the 43-yard line of the Bulldogs.
But when you give them that first down 5 yards, it makes it easier for them. It's a yard pickup, but they only need 5 on that first down try, so it's second and 4.
LaQuinston Sharp will snap it back to Rogers. This time throwing towards the boundary far side, coming back for it. Catch made at the LSU 40 by Ra Thomas. He'll pick up the first down, get into Tiger territory after a 20-yard pitch and catch. Again, that's a quick hitting throw, and Thomas coming back for it. Colby Richardson was on coverage, but no position to make a play. It'll be first down and 10.
Nice back
now at the LSU
throw.
37.
Yeah, nice back shoulder throw on the sideline to be inside at the LSU 37-yard line.
Working from the far side hash, Rogers with Marks in the backfield. 3 wide to the right, handed off Marks, trying to go left side, slips through a tackle, he's free. 25-20, 15-10-5. Left corner of the end zone, he's in for the score. Marks with a 37-yard rushing touchdown, his 4th of the season, gives Mississippi State the early lead 6-0 with 7.5 to play here in the first quarter. LSU, Doug, had defenders right there at the line of scrimmage. Somehow he just snuck and squirted right between both of them.
Well, this is picture perfect, this drive for Mississippi State. LSU had 2 tacklers over there. They both made contact with the ball carrier, and he just split them. He just knocked him to the ground, continued on his way for the touchdown.
Ben Raymond on for the point after. He's 3 for 3 in point after attempts this year. This kick is up, and it's no good. Missed it left, and again the kicking woes continue for the Bulldogs, and that will certainly draw the ire of Mike Leach. He pulled Massimo Biscardi last week. He's missed 2 point afters on the year. Again, Raven was perfect on 3 of 3, but now making 3 of 4. Mississippi State, though, leads 6-0. We've got 7.5 to play here at Tiger Stadium. LSU gets the football when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
6-0 Mississippi State leading LSU. Back inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth. A reminder, Capital One offering checking and savings accounts with no fees or minimums. What's in your wallet? The Bulldogs, 9 plays, 87 yards. A lot of that on the ground. 4 minutes and 55 seconds. They took off the first quarter clock. Point after was missed by Ben Rabin. But the Bulldogs lead 6-0. Gordy Rush, another Sunshine Sideline report. We talked about tackling being important for LSU, but maybe more so in terms of the passing game. A couple of missed tackles there led to a 37-yard rushing touchdown for Mississippi State.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mississippi State really balanced on that drive, and that's been the story this season. In Mike Leach's first 2 years, they hadn't been able to run the football, and they've relied on the pass much better running the football. On that touchdown play, had a missed tackle, and then Coach Kelly talked about poor communication with the safeties in the Florida State game. The secondary support never got there. Got to imagine they're going to correct that on the bench right now.
Here's a knuckleball kickoff. Takes a bounce at the 15. Juggled a little bit about the 2 by Nicholas. He'll bring it up for the Tigers. Cross the 15. Try to push the pile up near the 20. And may have succeeded in doing so. So about a 20-yard return there on the squib kick down the near side hash. And LSU takes over on their second possession of the ball game, down 6-0 to Mississippi State.
First down for the Tigers, 20-yard line.
John Emery out on the field, making his debut here in 2022. Haven't seen him on the field for the Tigers since the year 2020. First down and 10. He'll get the first carry. Trying to cut out to the left edge and going to be arm tackled and brought down. Good stop by Randy Charlton, the senior out of Miami, after a gain of a yard. Coach Kelly talked about it, Doug, this week. Hey, it's great to have Emery back in that rotation at running back, but got to believe there'll be a little bit of rust there, having over a year off playing football.
And it's going to be tough against that defensive front for Mississippi State because the 3 down are really, really tough run stoppers.
Second down and 9 from the LSU 21-yard line. Empty backfield now for Daniels. 4 wide to the right. They'll throw. Thomas with the catch on the screen at the 26. And then carries a couple of Bulldogs up near the 28-yard line. And about a gain of 7 yards. So now 3rd and about 2. LSU looking to convert here. They're 0 for 1 so far in that first drive. Had to punt near midfield. 3rd and 2. It'll be Emery again in the backfield. Brian Thomas out wide to the left. Keyshawn Bootsy wide to the right. Now Keyshawn will motion. Handoff Emery, puts his nose down, and forward progress. See where they spot it. Needed to reach the 30. Looks like he'll be about a half-yard shy after he was stuck. Pretty good hit at the line. Looked like Jackie Matthews.
And let's see what LSU does here. Mississippi State, in this situation on 4th down, went for it deep in their own territory. Let's see if LSU's got the courage to do the same thing.
It appears they do. They'll bring in Josh Williams at running back. Emery will step out. 4th down and about half a yard, maybe 4th and inches. And now flags come out. LSU says Mississippi State jumped. Mississippi State likewise says it was the Tigers. And it looks like it's false start against LSU.
Well, Mississippi State is stemming the front up there, Chris. And so you're seeing a little bit of pre-snap movement. And, LSU obviously young, new, and experienced on that offensive line. And Jane Daniels wanting to go no huddle tempo, the combination of it. And LSU's just been a little jumpy up there so far.
So that will negate the opportunity to go for it on 4th down after the 5-yard infraction. Again, another motion penalty. We'll see Jay Bramblett. He'll stand at the 10-yard line of the Tigers. Xavier Thomas, now back deep for Mississippi State, stands at the Bulldog 34. Long snap count. Here's the snap from Slade Roy. Bramblett puts it in the air. High in the air. Backpedaling to about the 30 as slips through one tackle. Coming to the near side. 45-50. Lost his footing and eventually brought down at the LSU 49-yard line. Xavier Thomas. 46-yard punt. And a 21-yard return. Emory Jones out there getting the tackle after Thomas close to breaking it even bigger. Timeout on the field. Mississippi State leading 6-0 over LSU. Just over 5 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. We'll return in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's down the near side hash. Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
6-0 Mississippi State leads LSU. The Bulldogs with the football, short field in front of them after the punt return of 21 yards. Bulldogs will start 1st and 10 at the LSU 49-yard line. LSU Athletics would like to thank this week's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. Learn more at HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Doug, coming into this game all week, we talked about tackling, and I mentioned earlier in the passing game, the air raid assault. Right now, Mississippi State with a 6-0 lead, 82 yards total offense, 52 of that on the ground.
Well, LSU has missed a lot of tackles also, Chris. Still with a 6-0 deficit, 5:03 remaining in the first quarter. But LSU's missed enough tackles to last them the entire game so far. They can't afford to do that against this team. Mississippi State's very good at the defensive line. LSU can't move them a budge at all. And the Tigers have to get possession and make some progress downfield, and it's just not happening.
First down and 10 at the 49. Rodgers 4 for 4 to start the game. He'll flip this one out into the flat near side, and great tackle. Rufus Harvey hauls it in, and Jay Ward again. Second great open field tackle for the nickelback, and that's the second play of the game where the Tigers able to get it behind the line. Loss of about a yard. Should be second down and 11 here for the Bulldogs. Jay Ward already 5 tackles in this ball game. We'll go twin backs here for Rodgers. 1 to each side. 2 receivers out wide to the right. 1 receiver to the left side. A little high snap, and Rodgers handles. Looks right. Pump fakes. Pressure comes, and he is dropped. Back at the 41-yard line. B.J. Ojulari, the junior out of Marietta, Georgia, with the sack. His first sack on the season, and that sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers, and it's hard to stop a train. That's just the 4th sack given up by Mississippi State on the year. Loss of 7 yards on the play. And again, if you're going to try to disrupt the rhythm of Mississippi State, get them behind the chains. Great play by Ojulari.
And LSU's got to convert that sack into meaningful points right now.
About 3rd and 19. Rodgers throws. Catch made at the 44. Going to be shy of the first down to the LSU 40-yard line as Rufus Harvey gets 18 yards on the catch. But it will set up 4th down and, again, manageable. We've seen Mississippi State go for it already and convert on 4th down. It appears Mike Leach going to continue that trend here. Rodgers and the offense stay out there. It'll be 4th down and about a yard. Got to reach the 39-yard line of LSU. Single back, Dylan Johnson back there with Rodgers out of the shotgun. Here's the snap from the near side hash to Johnson. He will not get it. Dropped behind the line, dropped at the 41-yard line. A loss of a yard as the Tigers collapse that offensive front. And a turnover on downs gives it back to the Fighting Tigers. Major Burns leads the charge defensively.
LSU with the defender down right at the point of attack.
That was Major Burns that came off the edge and made the tackle in the backfield. As LSU brought heat there, and the offensive lineman actually fell on top of him. And as he was falling to the ground, he raised his hand up to the sideline. I'm going to need a sub. And they told him to stay down. So the trainer's taking a look at number 28, Major Burns.
Yeah, again, hopefully just the wind completely knocked out of him after having a large human being fall on top of you full weight. But again, the trainer's taking a look at Major Burns. But a spectacular play by this LSU defense, the spark this team certainly needs. So the Tigers will take over after getting the stop on 4th down. Still taking a look at Major again down at the 44-yard line. LSU will have their 3rd possession of the game coming up. Fans, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake, champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU. And the good news, you hear the cheers. Major Burns on his own power, coming over to the near sideline. Hopefully they'll get him in the tent, take a quick look, and he'll be back out there. But he has played spectacular. He and Jay Ward early on in this contest. Tigers take over, down 6-0 to Mississippi State. 3:04 remains here in the first quarter. Daniels in the pistol set. He'll have Goodwin behind him. Neighbors and Jenkins out wide to the left. Keyshawn Booty, the lone receiver, short side of the field, the right. Turner snaps it back to Daniels. Handoff, Goodwin. Not much doing. Maybe half a yard, maybe no gain at all as Mississippi State's front, including Randy Charlton, shuts that down, just falls right on Goodwin, plants him into the ground. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 here. Haven't seen the Tigers a lot try to get the ground game going on the edge. Not a lot of success running right at this Mississippi State front.
Sure not having any.
3 down linemen. 2nd down and 10. Daniels in trouble. He'll be pulled down and dropped for a loss back at the 37-yard line. Again, tons of penetration by Mississippi State. This time Nathan Pickering, the senior out of Mount Olive, able to get to the LSU quarterback for a loss on the play. Sets up 3rd down and 14 rather. So again, 3rd downs. Struggle so far. The Tigers 0 for 2 on the night. 3 receivers short side of the field bunched up. 2 receivers wide to the left. Now they'll bring Williams back. Maybe some pass protection here for Daniels Out of the shotgun, Mississippi State crowding the line of scrimmage. Daniels in trouble, steps up, got some room, but will dive down at the 45-yard line, well shy of the first down after a gain of 8. And the Tigers again looking at a 4th down situation, and will bring out Jay Bramlett, the punter, the senior from Tuscaloosa. Again, this Mississippi State defense, Doug, we talk all about Mike Leach and the air raid. Zach Arnett has done a tremendous job. Probably not talked about enough, but how he's improved this Bulldog defense, and many think this will be this best version here in 2022.
Well, it is so far in this game. I mean, that's the difference in this game by far.
Bramlett puts a boot into this one. Big high punt, takes a bounce though at the 3 and will sail on into the end zone. And a 55-yard punt off the foot of Bramlett. But Mississippi State will start 1st down and 10 at their own 20-yard line with 1:02 to go, leading 6-0 over LSU in this SEC opener. Fans Toyota's national sales event is on. Enjoy every last second of summer in an exciting new Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer. Check out the Ready for Anything Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Again, just 49 yards total offense for the Tigers. 25 through the air, 24 on the ground. Mississippi State, 90 yards of offense, 48 through the air from Will Rogers, and 42 of that on the ground. A combination of Marks and Johnson running the football. It'll be Marks out there to start this drive for Mississippi State. 1st down and 10 at the 20-yard line of their own. 3 wideouts to the right. Lone wideout Ra Thomas, the sophomore out of Eufaula, Alabama, out wide to the left. Ball placed middle of the field here. Rogers again efficient. That's what he does. He's 6 of 6 passing so far here in the first quarter. Here's the snap on 1st down. Rogers, quick release in the flat on the near side hash at the 24-yard line. Catch gobbled up by Jameer Calvin, the senior out of Pasadena, California, who started his career at Washington, and he picks up 9 yards.
Mississippi State is making positive gains on the 1st and 2nd downs, and even on 3rd downs when they need the yardage, they're picking up big chunks. So meanwhile, they can continue to have troubles with the game clock. LSU right now would like that game clock to go faster, but they certainly would like for it to go faster when Mississippi State has the football.
Jameer Calvin with his 5th catch of the season. Makes it 2nd down and a yard for the Bulldogs. Snap to Rogers. This time plenty of time to scan the field. Now a little pressure forces him out to his right on the run, and will toss this one out of bounds near side. So good coverage downfield. Nobody open for Rogers. That'll set up 3rd down and a yard. Mekhi Wingo there to force Rogers to throw it away.
The problem with that, though, is that LSU had good coverage downfield, and they had pressure on Rogers, who was able to escape the pressure, and he had plenty of time to throw the ball. He just couldn't find anybody open, so he threw it away. But he's got 3rd and 1 now, so it's a very makeable 3rd down play. LSU not winning too much on that exchange.
3rd and 1. The snap to Rogers. Sets it up on a screen, and it's going to be blown up. Tigers all around it. Lost a yard on the play on the completion to LaDietrich Griffin. Jay Ward again makes an incredible play in open field. Read it all the way. Pass was there, and Ward closes quickly, holds on. Reinforcements arrive and bring him down. It'll be 4th down and a yard at the 29-yard line. Clock down to 6 seconds. Rogers lines him up. They're 1 for 2 on 4th down conversions. Can he get the snap off? He will not. First quarter will come to an end. So the teams will switch sides of the field. We'll see what Mike Leach offers up if he decides to go for it again on 4th and short when we start second quarter action from Tiger Stadium. Our score after one 15-minute session of play, Mississippi State 6, LSU nothing. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hello, how can I help you?
I'm looking for your new Fast Play games, but really, how fast are they?
How fast do you say? Faster than a... Even faster than...
Whoa! Hey, that's fast.
Introducing new Fast Play games from the lottery. Get in between for $1. Rev up with $2 Super 7s. Bet on Black Cherry Bingo. Get the winning score with $5 Saints. And finally, it's a party with $10 Cash Extravaganza. Win up to $50,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
6-0 Mississippi State leading LSU. We get set to start second quarter action here for Tiger Stadium. Welcome into the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth. Great to have you with us on this Saturday evening. Fans, Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold and fights for Tiger fans all across Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier, proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics. Let's take a look at the first half stats presented by Hancock Whitney. Mississippi State, 99 yards total offense, 57 of that through the airs. Will Rogers, 8 of 9 for 57 yards so far. They've rushed for 42 yards. Their lone score, 37-yard touchdown by Jaquavius Marks, his 4th of the season. LSU, just 49 yards total offense, 25 through the air. James Daniels, just 2 for 5 for those 25 yards. And the Tigers, 24 yards on the ground. Daniels has 13 of those 24. For the Fighting Tigers. Mississippi State decision time here. 4th down and a yard as we start the second quarter. Ball is at their own 29-yard line before the end of the first quarter. They had Will Rogers in the offense out there. It appears they will stick with that. Bulldogs 1 for 2 on 4th down there in the first quarter of action. So we start second quarter play. Rogers will have Marks in the backfield. 3 wide to the right. 1 lone receiver. That's the short side of the field to the left. Marks moves to the left hip of Rogers. Now looks to the far sideline. Steps up. Talks to the offensive line. Runs down the line. Steps back into the shotgun. Relays instructions to Marks, the running back. Here's the snap. Marks gets the carry, and he will be stuffed. Maybe lost another yard. LSU's defense. Second time tonight. Turnover on downs. And the Tigers have the football inside the Bulldogs' 30-yard line.
LSU did what they needed to do on that play. They were trying to be drawn off sides by Mississippi State, and then they had the play in their pocket to go ahead and call, as they did with a first down in the first quarter. LSU played it disciplined, made the tackle, taken possession of the football, but now they've got to convert it into points to make it meaningful in the context of this game.
Makai Wingo got his nose in there, got to Marks first and brings him down. And the Tigers looking at first down and 10 at the 29-yard line of the Bulldogs. Daniels working with Williams in the backfield. Snap back in the shotgun. Late pressure comes. He'll drop it off. Williams comes back, takes the catch, gets back to the 29 to the line of scrimmage. But what looked like disaster with the late blitz from Mississippi State. Daniels able to find the escape valve, get it to Williams, and they'll reset with no gain. 2nd down and 10 from the 29.
Ironically, Josh Williams was responsible for that linebacker in a delay blitz. Just turned around and Daniels hit him. That wasn't part of the route. He was supposed to be blocking.
2nd down and 10. Ball is on the ground. Daniels lost it. Mississippi State comes up with it. They have it at the 28-yard line. Tried to hand it off again to Williams. Problem with the exchange. It hit on the ground. Daniels dove for it, had his hands on it, and it just comes loose, and the Bulldogs fall on it. First fumble of the year lost by LSU from the line of scrimmage, not counting the 2 punts in week 1. But Tyrus Wheat finds the loose ball, and after some excitement and a short field, LSU gives it right back to the Bulldogs as if nothing happened. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the 29 where we started the 2nd quarter.
Well, LSU with an opportunity, and they have had several of them in this game and have taken advantage of nothing. Mississippi State's really been in control of it. It's fortunate that it's only 6-0 right now. They missed the extra point. They have broken tackles, and LSU in the last series has made some good tackles.
1st down and 10. Throw out to the near side to the 34, caught by Ra Thomas. He skirts his way up to about the 38, maybe the 39-yard line, near sideline. And we'll pick up the 1st down, and we'll make it 1st and 10. Now move it up to the 39-yard line. In LSU's defense, the key stat against Mississippi State always going to be time of possession. Fairly even at the moment, but that turnover could be costly. Rogers on 1st down and 10 from the 39. Quick fire screen near side at the 36. And again, making his way up the sideline is going to be Jameer Calvin. He'll close to the 45-yard line on a gain of 6. 2nd down and 4 upcoming.
Well, they're running their offense perfectly. They're picking up good yardage on 1st down. Gives them a short yardage, about 4 yards to go here on 2nd down at the 45-yard line.
Bernard Converse along with Richardson, the cornerbacks on the corners here for LSU. 2nd down and 4. Rogers looks downfield. Now pressure comes. He evades pressure, running across midfield and put down at the 49-yard line of LSU. Jay Ward to get on the tackle, but a gain of 6 yards on the scramble by Rogers. Not what he's known for, but did enough there to move the chains and get into Tiger territory. 13:05 clock rolling, 2nd quarter. 6-0 Mississippi State leading with the football. They'll stack 2 receivers to the right side, stack 2 to the left. Single back now, Dylan Johnson, the junior out of Greenville, Mississippi. Rogers accurate to say the least early on short throws. 3-step drop this time, goes deep, and it's overthrown down around the 20-yard line. That time he was looking for Ra Thomas, but well overthrown. Set up 2nd down and 10 from the 49-yard line of the Tigers. 10 of 12. That's the 2nd miss tonight by Will Rogers in the passing game. Again, right at 79% completion for the year through 2 games. Coach Kelly talked about the air raid being similar to the triple option. Tackling is key when defending both of those style of offense. 2nd down and 10. Rogers steps back into the gun. Has the football. Flushed out to his left. Looking downfield. Drops it off. Incomplete down at the 25-yard line. He was looking that time for Rufus Harvey, who was in the middle of the field, tried to come to the numbers near side, but the throw well overthrown. That sets up 3rd down and 10. So again, Doug, hard to get sacks against Will Rogers. He's just that good releasing the football. LSU has 1 sack tonight, but if you can just disrupt things, make him uncomfortable, that play a perfect example.
And LSU is putting themselves in a position where they can force him out of the pocket, but they're not converting those things into tackles behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd down, 10 yards to go. The ball's just on the other side of midfield.
2 receivers right, One to the left. Rogers. Tight pocket. Hit from behind. Drop down. Did he get rid of it? It came loose. The offensive lineman picked it up. Savion Jones buries him in the back of the numbers. Ball jostled loose. Offensive lineman for Mississippi State, I think, picked it up, but didn't go anywhere. And he lost 2 yards on the recovery of the fumble, but nonetheless, it sets up 4th down. Nick Jones came up with that loose ball, but that's not what Mike Leach wants in his air raid offense. Again, that time the Tigers get home, force the fumble, force a loss on the play, and it'll be 4th down and 12. They'll punt it away. And we'll see Archer Trafford, the senior out of Shreveport, Louisiana. Gregory Clayton Jr. back deep, stands at the 10-yard line for the Fighting Tigers. 11:47 remaining, clock moving, second quarter. Bulldogs lead 6-0. The kick from Trafford. Line drive punt, fielded at the 5 and then cut down. Let's see where they mark him, down around the 1. Clayton hauls it in. Not sure, did he call for a fair catch or no? Didn't look like he did.
Yeah, he did not. You're supposed to put your heels on the 10. It goes over your head. You let it go. He was on the 10, retreated to the 5, caught it. His momentum took him back to the 3 where the defender made the play. So bad starting position for this LSU offense, who's already struggling.
Marcus Banks was there to make that tackle on special teams, and the Tigers, they'll mark it at the 3. That's where they'll take over. 11:37 to go, second quarter. First down and 10 for the Tigers, trailing Mississippi State 6-0. Back to Tiger Stadium after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Second quarter action here from Tiger Stadium. 6-0 Mississippi State leading. 11:37 to go before halftime. Tiger fans, stop by, see your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. Take a test drive. Get amazing deals on low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV. Let the good times roll. Gordy Rush, a Sunshine Sideline Report. Tigers don't help themselves in the punt game. Fielded at about the 5, then tackled, they say, at the 3. So 97 yards in front of LSU's offense, which has struggled tonight. Just 49 yards total offense. But silver lining, we've seen the Tigers respond in this situation already this year.
Yeah, we have. The defense has played well. Look, LSU offensively just needs to settle down. I think it starts with Jaden Daniels. He looks a little anxious to me. But the big problem, LSU struggled to run the football, just 25 yards running, and then Mississippi State has been able to get pressure without blitzing on this young Tiger offensive line. So it all starts up front. LSU's got to do a better job at the line of scrimmage.
First down and 10 at their own 3-yard line. Hash mark near side. Daniels 5 yards deep in his own end zone. Takes the shotgun snap. Gives it to Goodwin. He'll get across the 5 and battle his way up near the 8-yard line. Pretty good run on first down to get a little breathing room. Gain of 5 for Goodwin. Goodwin coming into the game. 17 carries. 99 yards on the year. Had 85 of those 99, including 2 touchdowns last week against Southern. 2nd down and 5 for the Tigers. Daniels, shotgun snap, pressure on him. He's in the end zone. He'll unload, incomplete, near sideline. I think he was looking for Neighbors. Booty also in the vicinity, but it was out of reach for both. And we'll set up 3rd down and 5 here for LSU.
Critical down for LSU, deep in their own territory. About 5 yards to go on 3rd down. And if they do not make the 1st down here, they're in a punting situation and a bad place on the field to do it from.
0 for 3 on 3rd downs tonight. Daniels gets the snap. Here comes late pressure. Steps away from it. Now just trying to find a seam to run to. He'll make it to the 10. Team of Bulldogs bring him down just shy of the 11 after a gain of 3. He'll be shy of the 1st down. It will be 4th down and maybe 2 upcoming. But as Doug mentioned, that will bring on the punt unit here. And you're going to need to flip the field if you can. Jay Bramblett had a 56-yard punt last time out, resulting in a touchback. He'll need a boot here.
Jay Bramblett in the end zone kicking for the Tigers.
Xavion Thomas back deep for Mississippi State, stands at the 47-yard line. Bramblett puts a boot into this one, high in the air, spiraling kick, fair catch called for and fielded by Thomas. After a 40-yard punt, he'll take it at the 41-yard line. That's where Mississippi State will take over. We've got a timeout on the field. Bulldogs lead 6-0. 10-11 to go, 2nd quarter. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
No matter which road you take, the Toyota Tundra is the perfect way to navigate it. You may find yourself in some pretty remote places.
That view is amazing.
Or in places where pastimes become stories that become legends.
I got one. It's a keeper.
And each day ends watching a star-filled sky.
Whoa.
Built to follow your path, the Toyota Tundra. Toyota, let's go places. Visit your local Toyota dealer to check out the Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
2nd quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth here from Tiger Stadium, SEC opener, and Mississippi State leading your Fighting Tigers 6-0 with 10-11 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Fan Cintas proudly helps local Louisiana businesses stay clean, safe, and ready for the workday, and have done so for over 35 years. Again, LSU's offense still yet to get uncorked. 57 yards total offense so far, 25 through the air, 32 on the ground. Mississippi State, no surprise, doing the better part of their work through the air now. 119 yards total offense, 73 for Will Rogers, 10 of 13 passing, although they did have the 37-yard touchdown to get on the scoreboard. Mississippi State takes over, 1st down and 10 at the 41 after a miscue on special teams. LSU tackled at the 3, unable to get a lot of movement, had to punt it back, and now the Bulldogs back on offense. And again, talk about that time of possession right now. Bulldogs with a slight edge, 10 minutes 42 seconds to 9 minutes and 7 seconds. But Doug, you've kind of alluded to the fact that the more inability for LSU to move the ball, move the chains, and get points on the board, that time of possession is going to start favoring big time for Mississippi State, as well as LSU's defense has played here late. They had some missed tackles early, but they've had 2 pretty good stands here of late.
They have, but LSU has had some chances throughout the course of this game, and they haven't converted them. They've caused a couple of fumbles, but Mississippi State recovers the fumble. rather than LSU taking the opportunity to get the ball in a good place on the field. So LSU just not converting anything in a positive way.
First down and 10 at their own 41. They'll go to Marks on the ground. He runs straight ahead. Eventually gets met at the second level. I believe Wes Weeks along with Jaquelin Roy were there to make the tackle defensively as we hit the 10-minute mark here in the second quarter. See Sage Ryan and Harold Perkins Jr. check in.
Yeah, Chris, they do that
3-yard gain.
On second down. They take a defensive lineman off, go to a dime package, a little bit of a NASCAR sort of package to get more speed after the quarterback.
Rodgers now. Second down and 7. Takes the shotgun snap. Slings it far side of the field, and catch is hauled in just before he stepped out of bounds. It's Caleb Ducking, the senior, out of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. He picks up 7 yards. It'll be 3rd and a yard here for the Bulldogs. Again, Mississippi State 0 for 4 on third downs, but they've had manageable third downs. They've also gone 1 for 3 on fourth down conversions. Tigers have stopped them on the last 2. 3rd down and a yard. Again, it will be Marks, the running back. Trip receivers bunch to the right side, lone receiver to the left. Shotgun snap. Marks, he's got the first down, crosses midfield and makes his way to about the 47-yard line. After a gain of 3, it was Wes Weeks again, the UVA transfer from Watkinsville, Georgia. Linebacker making that tackle, but they'll move the chains. Mississippi State keeps moving here with 8:46 second quarter action. Simeon Price, we'll see him check in with twin backs. He along with Marks flank the left and right side of Will Rogers. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. First down and 10 from the LSU 47-yard line. Swing pass coming to Price, and he'll be gobbled up at midfield. Tigers all over that. A loss of 3. Looked like Jay Ward, help from Wes Weeks, had that one snuffed out quickly, and another loss for this Bulldog offense. Will set up second down and 13.
You know, that's a substitution, Chris, they made last week. They flipped Greg Brooks Jr. and Jay Ward. Ward was playing that over-the-top safety, and Brooks was playing more of the nickel. They love Ward around the football, and you see why. That's twice now. He sniffed out that little flare pass to the running back, playing a great game tonight.
Ward with 7 tackles thus far in the ball game. Second down, 13. Marks back there with Rogers. Rogers with the ball. Pressure comes. He'll be dropped again. Back at the 40-yard line. This time, Harold Perkins Jr. with his first sack as a Tiger. Brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers, hard to stop a train. And Mississippi State's defensive front having some trouble here. Only gave up 3 sacks through the first 2 games of the season. Huge loss as Perkins comes in, throws Rogers down for a 10-yard loss. It'll be 3rd and a cab ride here. 3rd and 23 back at the Mississippi State 40-yard line. Again, this defense playing inspired. Need a big stop here. Try to get the football back, get this LSU offense moving. Single back set with Marks. Trip receivers right, 1 to the left. Rogers wanted to throw it to Marks, who was right next to him. He gets it to Marks. He's got nowhere to go. Gets up near the 39-yard line, but stopped there well shy of the first down. Roy and Ojulari staying with the play as Rogers looked and said, oh, right there he is, almost a pitch, more so than a pass. And again, the Tigers right there with great coverage. Lose a yard on the play, sets up 4th and 24, and we will see Archer Trafford again. We mentioned that the place kickers share duties, Ben Rabin and Massimo Biscardi. Trafford shares time with George Apollos. Looks like we have yet another punter. Rugby style and just getting it away. Angling near side. Clayton calls for the fair catch, and he has it at the 10-yard line. And a 50-yard punt. Georgopoulos, the senior out of Greenville, South Carolina, was in to punt. Typically is the punter they use to pin back deep, but a 50-yard punt there. So we may see more of him as the game goes along. Timeout on the field. 6:01 remaining before halftime. Mississippi State still leading 6-0. Tigers with a football, 1st and 10 at their own 10 when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As the sun tries to find its home in the western sky, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Along with former Tigers, Gordy Rush on the sideline, Doug Morrow here in the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth. I'm Chris Blair, happy to have you. And the SEC opener has Mississippi State leading 6-0 over your Fighting Tigers. 6:01 remains here in the second quarter. LSU will have possession once again, 1st down and 10. Ball placed at the 11-yard line after another good stand, Doug, defensively. And now you start to worry, how much time can you allow your defense to be out there without the offense giving them something? Because I mentioned the triple option analogy to the air raid assault. The more times they snap the ball, the more times you have to be perfect on defense.
And it's a critical time right now with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter. LSU has been virtually non-existent offensively, but they're going to have to give the ball up to start the third quarter. So now with this possession, it is time to move and get some points.
John Emery will take the handoff on 1st down. Went to his right, cut back to his left. Makes his way to the 14-yard line, a gain of 3 before Jalen Green, senior safety out of Houston, Texas. Played for the Longhorns for 3 years before making his way to Starkville. 2nd down, 7. Ball at the 14-yard line. Mason Taylor in the slot to the left. Keyshawn Booty out wide to the left side. They'll swing the pass to Emery far side. Trying to set up blocks. He got a few. Makes his way to the 20. Stays upright. Dances down the far sideline. They'll say he stepped out at the 23-yard line, but picks up the 1st down. 9-yard gain. Emery with his first reception of the season. Again, last year had 75 carries, 378 yards. Had 14 catches a year ago for 73 yards, or I should say when he last played in 2020. 1st down and 10. Ball now up at the 24-yard line. Snap back to Daniels. So go back to Emery. Puts his nose down, crosses the 25, gets smothered up after a gain of 2 to the 26-yard line. Randy Charlton again, another tackle from that defensive line of Mississippi State. Armani Goodwin now will check in. Emery will come to the near sideline. Have Jack Bash in the slot to the right. Brian Thomas out wide to the right side. Taylor in the slot to the left along with Booty. Booty going to get the screen pass and tried to cut inside the block, and is cut down after maybe a yard gain. Jalen Green with a great open field tackle. It'll be 2nd down and 9, or rather 3rd down and 9 upcoming. Make it 3rd and 7. Tigers are 0 for 4 as Josh Williams now will try his hand at running back. And the Tigers not much to speak of offensively tonight. Credit this Mississippi State defense. Add to that a fumble on their last possession. Snap back to Daniels, empty backfield. Plenty of time, looks right, back left. Still in the pocket. Now decides to run, and he'll be smothered up and dropped for a loss back at the 25-yard line. The coverage downfield, nobody to go with the football. Tyrus Wheat eventually comes in from the corner spot on that far side and gets to the LSU quarterback. And the Tigers forced to punt it away again on 4th and 9 after a 2-yard loss.
Mississippi State with just 3 people rushing downfield. They had all of the receivers covered, and Daniels just waited. Finally couldn't find anyone, tried to run, tackled.
Bramlett punts it away, lets it fly from the 15-yard line of his own. Xavier Thomas settles under it. He'll field it at the 26. Again, missed tackle, steps through 2 defenders, comes middle of the field, now to the 40 near side, 45 midfield, bounced out of bounds at about the LSU 49, maybe the 48-yard line by Jay Bramlett, the punter. 49-yard punt, 25-yard return. And Mississippi State, again, relatively short field to work with here. Half the field in front of them, leading 6-0 with 3:08 remaining here in the second quarter. Timeout on the field. Fans, Super One Foods has super low prices on all your game day favorites. Up your grocery game and score big with Super One Foods. As the Tigers slow to get up, being helped over to the near side. We'll tell you about that when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda salsa. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Bridgeway Hospice is the official hospice of LSU Athletics. Bridgeway Hospice would like to thank you, South Louisiana, for allowing them to care for your loved ones. Help them celebrate 10 years of local hospice care by asking your healthcare provider for Bridgeway Hospice. They come to you in-home, assisted living, or nursing facilities. Now with 3 locations to better care for your loved ones in the greater Baton Rouge, Acadiana, and Plaquemine areas. Bridgeway Hospice says go local and go Tigers.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Right now, the story has been Mississippi State's defense and to some degree LSU's defense in this matchup tonight. A 6-0 Mississippi State lead. 3:08 remains here in the second quarter as, again, LSU's offense unable to get moving. Been held to 71 yards so far in this first half. Mississippi State had the 37-yard touchdown run by Jaquavius Marks. That's the difference in this game. The Bulldogs also just 117 yards so far. 79 through the air, 38, including that 37-yard touchdown on the ground. Let's check in with Gordy Rush, another Sunshine Sideline report. And Gordy, I don't think a lot of people thought that was going to be the storyline, was both of these defenses, but so far it's a matter of which team's going to blink first.
No, absolutely. LSU's defense has played fantastic tonight when you take out those 2 mistakes they had on that touchdown drive. Everybody thought LSU's offensive line would have their hands full, but nobody thought Mississippi State would be this dominant. And that's been the story of the first half, has been just how dominant Mississippi State's defense has been. LSU hasn't been able to do much of anything on offense.
First down and 10. Again, they start on half the field at the 48-yard line of the Tigers. Will Rogers again 11 of 14. Been sacked a couple of times so far tonight. He'll have Dylan Johnson back out there as the running back. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers stacked to the left side. Just off the Tiger eye, the snap back to Rogers. Quick toss. Going to Johnson. Johnson got some lead blockers. He's free. Far side 35-30, 25-20. Eventually they grab him from behind, force him out of bounds. Micah Baskerville eventually chases down Dylan Johnson, but not after a 35-yard run on the ground for Mississippi State, who just had everything overloaded to the right side. Johnson able to get to the second level undeterred. And then 35 yards later, sets up Mississippi State inside the LSU red zone. First down and 10 at the 13 of the Tigers.
Great job by Mississippi State, Doug, on the perimeter. Wide receivers blocking defensive backs. They hooked Jay Ward, enabling the running back to get to the edge.
Twin backs for Rogers, Johnson and Price. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shotgun snap. Rogers slings it quickly on the slant. Incomplete, out of the fingertips. Right at the goal line to Caleb Ducking. Mekhi Garner was on coverage that time. Just gave him enough interference, legal interference that is, to not allow Ducking to haul that in. The throw just out of his fingertips. It'll be second down and 10. Again back at the 13-yard line.
And the throw was not quite accurate enough for the touchdown reception. But that's the only reason that there was no touchdown on it. LSU with the single coverage in the end zone, and the receiver had about a yard on the defender, and the pass was just not close enough to make the catch.
On second and 10, Rogers quick fire towards the end zone, going up for it, high pointing the football. Ra Thomas has it, left corner. And there is a discussion whether or not he was in the end zone.
It's a touchdown. He caught the ball.
Signal touchdown.
Yeah, it is a touchdown for Ra Thomas. There was some talking and jawing. They were trying to separate the players.
You got a name like Ra Thomas, you got to catch that kind of pass. And he did.
What a great catch, Chris. It was a line drive throw. He just got up above Richardson, took the ball right above his helmet, got a foot in.
So Ra Thomas hauls it in, his second touchdown of the season. Make it a 12-0 Mississippi State game, and now the drama continues with point-after attempts. They missed one earlier. There's a high snap. Placement is down. Kick is up. This time it's good for Ben Rabin. That will make it 13-0 Mississippi State with 2:14 remaining here in the second quarter. And the LSU offense going to have to make some adjustments here. So far not working against Mississippi State and giving the Bulldogs short fields to work with. This time it comes back to bite them. 3 plays, 48 yards, just 54 seconds off the second quarter clock, and the Bulldogs extend their lead, throwing the shutout here 13-0 at Tiger Stadium in the SEC opener.
And once again, LSU allowed Mississippi State to get to the outside on that toss to the right side. Good blocking downfield by the wide receivers, and also at the point of attack right outside off of the right tackle. And they picked up the blocks they needed to. LSU had an opportunity at a tackle or two along the way, but as has been the habit throughout the course of this game, they missed tackle. And once you miss that tackle out in the open field, Mississippi State may have some unknown names in that offensive backfield and among their receivers, but those people have been making catches and making nice runs to pick up yardage whenever they needed it. So Mississippi State with a 13-0 lead, 2:14 remaining in the second quarter in Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, Colby Richardson was on coverage that time on Ra Thomas, and Thomas had him beat. Richardson never saw the football, and Thomas found it first. Rabin with the ensuing kickoff. It's into the end zone for a touchback. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25 for LSU. Again, just 71 yards total offense tonight for Coach Denbrock in this LSU offense. And with 2:14 to go before halftime, try to get some of that momentum back, try to get on the scoreboard here. As we pointed out several times, Mississippi State will receive the football to start the third quarter. First down and 10 at the 25. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left side. Williams in to pass protect as Daniels. Tight pocket, now drops it off to Williams, far side to the 30, and makes his way to about the 32-yard line. Close to a face mask there, but I think the defender, Nathaniel Watson, able to pull his fingers out before drawing the ire of the officials. Nonetheless, it's an 8-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 2 for the Tigers. Clock moving, 1:53 here in the second quarter. Daniels with time, steps up in the pocket, running to the near side, makes it to the 40, 45, steps out at the Tiger 46-yard line. A 13-yard gain, moves the chains for LSU, stops the clock with 1:44. 4th first down of the game for this LSU offense, but trying to show a little life here. Ball marked just shy of their own 46-yard line. Trip receivers left, one to the right. Working from the near side hash. Josh Williams, the single back. Daniels with a 3-man rush. Drops it off to Williams at the 45. Slips through one tackle and then falls to the 49-yard line. DeCamerion Richardson was there to get a hand on him, and Williams able to still get positive yards after the initial hit. A gain of 3 at 2nd down 7. 1:25, clock moving. Quick snap to Daniels. Looking deep downfield. Now flushed again. Running to his left. To the 45, to the 40. Falls down at about the 37-yard line. Picks up the first down and then some. So Daniels now starting to move on the ground against that 3-man rush. Recognizing nobody open downfield. Decides to run with it. Tigers look at 1st down and 10 at the Bulldog 36-yard line here with 1:13. Again, the clock continues to move. Tigers with 2 timeouts remaining. 1st down and 10. Daniels from the far side hash. Whips it quickly. Neighbors has it at the 30. Slips inside the Bulldog 30 to the 28-yard line. Going to be shy of the 1st down on an 8-yard gain. And that will be a timeout burned by LSU with 55 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Jane Daniels now 46 yards rushing on the ground. Using Neighbors in the passing game there to set up 2nd down and 2. LSU has 1 timeout remaining here, down 13-0. Trying to come to life, and Gordy, you just sense it. We talked about it in New Orleans in week 1. We saw it in the first half last week. Daniels looks comfortable once he gets the first positive play and they move the tempo. He looks like he's in his own kind of element.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the best he's looked this half. And earlier in the game, to me, he was a little antsy. He was going quick with the snap. Sometimes the line wasn't set up, but when they go tempo, he feels like he's in his element. Now, look, some of it Mississippi State was playing prevent, and they backed up and was giving him some field here. Let's see how LSU's able to move the ball now that they're near the red zone, and Mississippi State's going to tighten things up.
Jeray Jenkins out wide to the right. Malik Neighbors in the slot right side. We'll see Kyron Lacey, the UL Lafayette transfer, out wide to the left. Noah Kane checks in at running back. Here's a delayed blitz. Daniels feels it, moves to his right, still looking downfield, decides to tuck and run. 25-20, 15-10, gets inside the 5 and out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Avoided the big hit and sets up 1st down, goal to go for the Tigers at the Mississippi State. Oh, they're going to mark him back. Said he stepped out at the 8. So a 20-yard gain, but the Tigers inside the Capital One red zone. Again, with 52 seconds, still 1 timeout remaining. But the best opportunity of the night thus far for LSU. Trip receivers left. Working from the near side hash. Shotgun snap. Daniels looking left. Fires it. Jenkins has it at the 5. Hit initially at the 3. But he wants the end zone. Touchdown. Fighting Tigers. Jeray Jenkins. 3rd touchdown of the year. 8-yard reception, and the Fighting Tigers are on the board.
Just a slant to the left side. Jeray Jenkins lined up on that side, came in at an angle towards the goal line. The pass was well thrown. He was hit about the 2 or 3 yard line, fought his way into the end zone to get the score out of it. Very important score for LSU with 46 seconds remaining in the second quarter. But they pick up their first touchdown in their first points of this game.
Damian Ramos on for the point after. Bramlett to hold. Slade Roy to snap it back. Snap, set. Kick is up. On its way, and the kick is good. The Tigers, 7 plays, 75 yards, 1:28 off the clock. And Jaden Daniels finds Jeray Jenkins, Mr. Surehands, to make it 13-7. Mississippi State leading here with 46 seconds to go before the end of the first half of action.
Albertsons, the official grocery partner of the
Coming up at the half.
Tigers won 75.
Stay with us for the Fighting Tiger halftime report, brought to you by Super One Foods. Have a chance to take a look at scores from around the country, and there were some good ones, not only in the SEC, but in the top 25. Update you on the scoring plays and highlights of this first half, full game stats in the first half, and then get you ready for the second half of LSU and Mississippi State. So 13-7, Bulldogs lead. Tigers will kick it back with 46 seconds remaining. LSU Athletics would like to thank this week's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. You can learn more at HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Ramos tees it up at the 35. There's an injured Tiger, and it looks like Jeray Jenkins sitting down at the 35-yard line down here to our left. And now he's going to limp off again on his own power, but I'm not sure if it was on his way back after the touchdown or going out to visit with special teams before they left. Not sure, but again, he was slow to get up, but now he's up. They're going to take a look at him.
Well, he's in the 10th, so that doesn't mean he's well already.
So Ramos to kick it back. The Diedrich Griffin back deep for Mississippi State. Here's the approach by Ramos. Puts a foot into it. This one deep in the back, out of the end zone for a touchback. First down 10 at the 25 is where Mississippi State will get things started. Fans, Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold and fights for Tiger fans all across Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier, proud to be the official injury lawyers of LSU Athletics. All right, Doug, your coach Mike Leach. You've played well at times. LSU's defense is stiffened up at times. You lead 13-7. You get the football to start the third quarter. You got 46 seconds. A couple of timeouts in your pocket. What do you think the Pirate wants to offer up here late in the second quarter?
Why not? I'm gonna play like I'm gonna go ahead and try to kill the clock, since I'm gonna get it to start the second half. And when LSU relaxes just that little bit, you're trying to get them to relax. I am going to throw the ball downfield to one of my fast guys.
Rogers slings it out far side, long throw, and he has a man open. The catch hauled in. Caleb Ducking, 16-yard reception, moves the Bulldogs up beyond their 40-yard line. So a big chunk of yards there on a long throw by Rogers, and again, he makes all the throws.
And you see, he's had people breaking tackles all game long, so it's not like you've got to complete a long pass or anything of that nature. You just need to get a guy in the open field, let him break a tackle or two.
And LSU jump on the right side of that defensive front. Ali Gay again trying to get to the quarterback, and guess that snap count. He stepped into the neutral zone, and again another motion penalty.
Defense number 11 in the neutral zone, causing the offensive player to react. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Fifth penalty of the night for LSU. Gives Mississippi State a free 5 yards. Make it 1st and 5 now at the 46 of their own. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Ball on the far side hash as Rogers works, but Jaquavius Marks the single back. Snap to Rogers. Quick handoff. Marks running downhill right side. Almost got to the second level, but Micah Baskerville with that great lateral speed able to get to him and bring him down quickly after a 3-yard gain. Mike Leach will call a timeout here with 35 seconds remaining, his first of the first half. So I think you were right, Doug. He's going to use this few moments remaining in the second quarter if he can, leading 13-7 over LSU. So he calls the timeout here after they approach midfield, and it all starts with that first reception to get them up to their own 40-yard line.
And remember, all he needs is what got him the touchdown in the first place, and that is an open field for one back or receiver to run to. That's what he's looking for, is finding a way. And LSU is, you know, you have a tendency, it's almost halftime here. We better be sure that we don't let him complete a long pass. And meanwhile, you let him complete a medium range pass, and they run the rest of it for the score.
2nd down and 2. just shy of midfield at their own 49-yard line. Tigers crowding the line of scrimmage. Now they'll back off in coverage. Rogers with the ball in his hand, flushed out, and will just throw it away. Throws it to the Mississippi State sideline. Again, good coverage. Tried to show Rogers they were coming after him, Gordy, and then set back into coverage. He had no one to go with the football.
Great job, LSU, in coverage. And guys, when you talk about clock management here, 29 seconds and 29 seconds of 2 timeouts is an eternity for Mike Leach to get down the football field. So you're correct, Doug. LSU's got to play as if this is middle of the game. This is not any time to play prevent. It's time to play bump and get after him.
3rd down and 2, again from the 49-yard line of their own. High snap. Rogers handles it, fires it, and a bullet. It's incomplete. Right in the numbers at the 47-yard line of the Tigers. Rufus Harvey could not hold on to that speed ball. And it's 4th down and 2 upcoming for the Bulldogs. He was open on the slant, but boy, Rogers, absolute cannon fire. Harvey may have taken his eye off it momentarily to see who was around him. Maybe some alligator arms, but overall a catchable ball. And they will bring out the punt unit here. George Georgopoulos, who had a 50-yard punt last time out. This will be the 3rd punt of the night for Mississippi State right now. Nobody back deep for LSU. Georgopoulos, known as the pin you back guy. Lets the punt fly, takes a bounce at about the 11, takes an LSU bounce, but there to cover it at the 11 is a Mississippi State Bulldog. And a 39-yard punt will have LSU with 18 seconds, looking at 1st down and 10 from their own 11. 13-7, Mississippi State leads. Again, the Bulldogs will get the football to start the 3rd quarter. But that last possession by LSU finally got things going. Led by quarterback Jaden Daniels. 9 of 13 passing for 64 yards and a touchdown pass to Jeray Jenkins on that last possession. Daniels also 9 carries, 66 yards, leads the way on the ground for Brian Kelly and company. LSU looks happy to just line this one up, make a snap, take a knee, and go to the locker room. Coming up before we head to the Fighting Tiger halftime report, we'll hear from Coach Brian Kelly. Gordy Rush will have a chance to visit with him, and indeed, that's what happens. Jaden Daniels takes the snap, takes the knee, and that will end the 2nd quarter of action here at Tiger Stadium in this SEC opener for 2022. Tigers got down early 13-0, but eventually get on track offensively, put a score on the board, cut the lead 13-7 as they head into the halftime locker room. Up next, the Fighting Tiger halftime report presented by Super One Foods. Brian Haldane will update us on scores around the top 25, the SEC. Later we'll get the first half stats and highlights before you get ready for second half action here at Tiger Stadium. Coming up, we'll go down on the field. Gordy Rush will have a chance to talk with Brian Kelly for the Capital One Bank coaches interview. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Let's go now to Gordy Rush.
Coach, your defense is playing a whale of a game. You get the late score. What do you need to do on offense to get on track?
Well, we started poorly, right? We had the 4 penalties and the turnover. And, we said, listen, we just got to play faster. We played faster, obviously, with a 2-minute drill. And we're going to have to do much of the same in the second half. We're playing great defense. They're playing great defense. It's one of those games where, you just got to fight for every yard out there. And, typical SEC fashion, you got 2 really good defense playing today. You're going to have to find a way to score points.
Thanks. Chris?
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you, Coach. We're at halftime here at Tiger Stadium. Mississippi State leading on the road 13-7. Coming up, Super One Foods Fighting Tiger halftime report comes your way next. Our score at the break, Mississippi State 13, LSU 7 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
What's the best way to accomplish a common goal? Teamwork. When a team works together, they can do anything with the right leadership. That's why all of us at Janny King, the King of Clean, are excited for this season. At Janny King, our team has been working together for over 35 years, cleaning your offices, schools, buildings, churches, and even this campus and stadium. Let our team help your team. Go to JannyKingCleans.com and trust your clean to the king. That's JannyKingCleans.com.
Janny King, the King of Clean.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
With a plan from People's Health, you get the benefit of a complimentary health club membership. But that's not all. They now offer 65% more fitness centers with gyms you can visit nationwide while traveling. And the flexibility of joining multiple gyms to fit your lifestyle. There's even online programs to help you stay active in the comfort of your own home. To learn more about this expanded benefit, give People's Health a call, 1-855-821-2666, or visit peopleshealth.com.
Welcome to the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report, presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Super One Foods has you covered on game day and every day with super low prices and curbside pickup. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods. With a quick look at scores from the Capital One Studios, here is Brian Haldane.
Yes, we are back in the Capital One Studios, and it's time for a Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard update presented for the people by Caesars Sportsbooks. Number 1, Georgia straight up annihilated South Carolina today, 48-27. Number 2, Alabama got out early and did not look back. They just beat up on UL Monroe, 63-7, your final score there. Ohio State's taking on Toledo right now. We got 7:52 to go in the first quarter. Buckeyes have a 14-7 lead over the Rockets. 4th-ranked Michigan routed UConn today, 59-0 your final. 5th-ranked Clemson will be kicking off shortly, about 24 minutes from right now versus La Tech. Number 6, Oklahoma frosted Nebraska, 49-14. The USC Trojans ranked 7th. They'll host Fresno State. That game will be at 9:30 tonight. Oklahoma State ranked 8th in the nation. They've got a 14-0 lead over Arkansas Pine Bluff, 4:41 to go in the first quarter there. Will Levis was good for 377 yards as number 9 Kentucky blanked Youngstown State 31-0. You got Arkansas taking on Missouri State, and with 2:47 to go in the first quarter, your 10th ranked Razorbacks are trailing 7-0. Michigan State is at Washington. That game actually just kicked off a minute ago, so nothing to report there. Number 12 BYU goes into number 25 Oregon. And BYU takes the L. It's 41-20 Ducks, your final score. The U, number 13 in the country, kicks off at 8 o'clock at Texas A&M. An hour after that, number 14, Utah, hosts San Diego State. Number 15, Tennessee Volunteers. They've got a 7-0 lead over the Akron Zips, 7:41 to go in the first quarter there. NC State, the Wolfpack, hosting the Texas Tech Red Raiders, 3-0. Wolfpack, 4:49 to go in the first quarter of that one. Florida is hosting South Florida right now. They just kicked off as well, so no score to report in that game either. Number 20, Ole Miss beat up on, they just crushed Georgia Tech, 42-0 your final score there. 22, Penn State tore through Auburn, 41-12. Also in the Southeastern Conference, Missouri and Vandy both pulled down wins today. In-state, Tulane beat Kansas State 17-10. The Green Wave's 3-0 in the season. Jackson State turns it on in the second half. They beat Grambling 66-24. Nichols falls to Southeast Missouri 42-16. Cajuns are at the Rice Owls. ULL and Rice tied. They just started that game as well. Northwestern State is trailing Southern Miss 13-0, 4:06 to go in the first quarter of that one. Southern is trailing at Texas Southern. They're about to start the fourth quarter. Texas Southern has a 21-0 lead, and the Southeastern Lions are up 14-0 over Central Connecticut. McNeese will kick off at Alcorn State at 7 p.m. Once again, our score, 13-7 over in Tiger Stadium. And that is the Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard update. The Super One Foods halftime show continues after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We continue on the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report. Presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's halftime. Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, Mississippi State leading the LSU Tigers 13-7 at the half. And it's been not very pretty for LSU offensively, but they did score towards the end of the half to make it kind of a representative game, better than it was before. Mississippi State ran on LSU pretty well, broke a bunch of tackles early in the game. The Tigers began to play better defense, and that kept them in the game, although they still are behind by 6 points to Mississippi State. So we'll have the second half when it gets here, but meanwhile, I have an opportunity to speak with Robert Schneckenberger, Senior Regional President of Hancock Whitney, which is the game sponsor for this game. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Doug.
And you're the one that called the last series of plays that led to the LSU touchdown.
Yes, that last series before halftime where LSU scored was brought to you by Hancock Whitney.
Well, Hancock Whitney's right down the block from us, although you did close the store closest to mine.
Well,
so it makes me go further than I used to, but I'll forgive you for that. I'm going to see if I can get you to open up the other one anyway.
Well, we still, we're a big presence in South Louisiana, close to 100 locations. Absolutely dedicated to South Louisiana. We go back here to 1885 in this market. And but the most important thing, anytime I go visit our offices in Dallas or Houston or the Mississippi Gulf Coast, I always wear my LSU shirt.
Well, look, these two names of the bank are both Mississippi and Louisiana names. So you got to get credit for kind of being very loyal to both sides.
Yeah. And look, tell me, when you wear that LSU shirt in Houston or Dallas or Mississippi Gulf Coast, people look at you invariably. I get 3 or 4 Go Tigers every time I do it. A huge LSU contingent out there.
Let's talk about some business stuff. Tell us what's going on at Hancock Whitney that you want the folks out there listening to this to know about.
Again, Doug, we're one of the largest financial institutions in the Gulf Coast. Very proud to be a big presence in South Louisiana, Houston, Dallas, the Mississippi Gulf Coast, where we have large LSU contingents. Hancock Whitney is proud to be there. We're proud to be a sponsor of LSU. And again, when you see the Hancock Whitney sign out there, people in Dallas and people in Houston, people in Gulf Coast, and of course South Louisiana, they said, hey, LSU. Well, and it is an incredible association. Could not be prouder.
Well, you've been a very prominent part of the Baton Rouge and Louisiana landscape for a long time, and you continue to expand, or have you decided, you're going to shut it down? It's gotten big enough for you.
Absolutely. We're expanding. We just recently opened up in San Antonio and Austin, although we're not going to be the bank of the Longhorns. Trust me. I'm working on that. We're not going to do that.
Well, y'all now have been sponsoring LSU athletics for how many years now?
This is our 4th year. Yes. And we're going to continue it for a long time.
And does that take you into LSU enclaves or into Louisiana enclaves, or a combination where people from all of those areas come to learn about Hancock Whitney?
You know what? LSU is an incredible brand. Hancock Whitney is an incredible brand. It is a wonderful marriage. And to work with the folks at LSU and to be associated with them, it really is. It's just a wonderful, wonderful association.
Well, great. We're happy that you are part of it, and thank you so much for the sponsorship for LSU Sports and for everything in Louisiana that you do.
Appreciate it, Doug. And I hope that mixed extra point by Miss-State works out to our favor at the end.
I hope so, too. Robert Schneckenberger, Senior Regional President of Hancock Whitney, thank you so much for spending time
Doug.
with us.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Call them good in the second half. Okay. And I'm going to have a recap from the first half of today's game after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
We return with more on the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report. Presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
13-7, Mississippi State leading LSU. Let's take a look at the scoring in the first quarter at the 7:30 mark. Mississippi State with a 37-yard rush by Marks. The extra point was missed. 9 plays, 87 yards, 4 minutes and 55 seconds on the score. 6-0 Mississippi State led at the time. In the second quarter, Mississippi State at the 2:14 mark with Thomas, a 13-yard pass from Rogers. 3 plays, 48 yards on the drive, 54 seconds, and that had extended the lead to 13-0. And LSU with 46 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Jeray Jenkins, an 8-yard pass from Daniels for the score. 7 plays, 75 yards, 1 minute and 28 seconds, and that made the score 13-7 at halftime.
Working from the near side hash. Shotgun snap. Daniels looking left. Fires it. Jenkins has it at the 5. Hit initially at the 3, but he wants the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Jeray Jenkins, 3rd touchdown of the year. 8-yard reception, and the Fighting Tigers are on the board.
And there you have the scoring recap for the first half of tonight's game. LSU coming back out on the field to warm up for the second half. Mississippi State will be coming recently or soon. Let me take a break for this halftime break on the LSU Sports Radio Network. I'll have the statistics from the first half of today's game.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Are you a homeowner looking to keep your home cool while saving money? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who wants to offer customers more efficient, more consistent home comfort. Luxair is the name to know for unmistakably efficient and reliable home cooling. And great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit solarsupplyluxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
This has been the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report, presented by Super One Foods. Super One Foods has you covered on game day and every day, with super low prices and curbside pickup. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods. The second half is coming up on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Halftime, Mississippi State leading LSU 13-7 at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First downs, Mississippi State with 10, LSU with 6. Rushing, State 17 rushes for 76 yards, LSU 18 for 81 yards. Passing 108 for State, LSU 64. 13 of 19 passes completed and attempted for State, 9 of 13 for LSU. No interception for either. Total offense, 36 plays for State, 184 yards. LSU, 31, 145 yards. Let's take a look at the individuals for State. 5 rushes for 49 for Dylan Johnson. 7 for 47 for Jaquavius Marks. For LSU, Jaden Daniels, 9 for 72 yards. Armani Goodwin, 4 for 10. So Jaden Daniels was pretty much the rushing game for LSU there in the first half. 9 of 13 throwing for Jaden Daniels. Will Rogers, 13 of 19. He was almost perfect at the very beginning of the game. He missed a few thereafter, and that brought his percentage down. So it's well below his percentage for the season. But LSU fortunate enough to get a score right near the end of the half to pull themselves back into the 13-7 deficit at halftime. The Tigers will be kicking it off here to start the second half. Mississippi State will be receiving on our right as we look down on the field. That is the south end that they will be occupying. LSU kicking north to south here in the third quarter. Teams out on the field ready to tee it up and kick off this second half. Here to give you the play-by-play for the second half, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. 13-7 our score. 15 minutes put up on the board. We're set to start third quarter action. Damian Ramos will tee it up at the 35-yard line. Laditra Griffin and Xavier Thomas back deep for the Bulldogs. Here's the approach by Ramos. Puts it in the air and again gets plenty of this one out of the back of the end zone. It'll be a touchback. First down and 10 at the 25 is where the Bulldogs will start. Will Rogers and company, again, efficient. That's what he does. Though the Tigers able to get after him a little bit in that second quarter. A couple of sacks. He went 13 of 19, as Doug told you, for 108 yards. 1 passing touchdown. And I'm told, Gordy Rush, that there were some who watched that touchdown pass, the second touchdown, said there may have been a little bobbling of the football over there in that left corner. They were a little surprised nobody took a full, hard review look at it, but nonetheless it stood. Dylan Johnson will be the featured running back on first down and 10 from the 25, along with Rogers. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right side. First down and 10, a little high snap, but handled, and a quick fire. Made it to the 30-yard line. Catch made up to the 35. Jaden Wally, his first catch of the night, the junior, picks up the first down on an 11-yard gain. So Mississippi State going to the passing game. They've had success running the football tonight.
Does that tell you something about what they talked about at halftime? Let's come out and fire it and see if we can get another touchdown.
First down and 10. Play action. Rodgers throws, coming back for it, and in his hands, but incomplete at the 45-yard line. Again, thrown very hard by Rodgers. Caleb Ducking couldn't hold on to it, right through the wickets. Incomplete. We've seen that a couple of times tonight. Again, he's got great touch, but on the short and intermediate passes, sometimes it is on a frozen rope from Will Rogers.
Well, his percentage of completion really deteriorated in the second quarter, and now it's starting the third quarter.
Second down and 10 from the 35 of their own. Rodgers, plenty of time, dumps it off to the running back. Plenty of room for Dylan Johnson up across the 35. The 40 eventually stopped at the 44-yard line after a gain of 8. Harold Perkins, along with Major Burns, there eventually get to him to bring him down defensively. It'll be third down and 2 here in this opening drive of the third quarter. Mississippi State leading 13-7 over your Fighting Tigers. Johnson again will be the single back. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers stacked to the near side. Big third down opportunity here for this LSU defense. Motion a receiver out of the slot, right to left. Here's the snap to Rodgers. Quick fire, incomplete in the hands and dropped at the 48-yard line by Ra Thomas. That will set up fourth down and 2. So a couple of quick, hard throws and a couple of drop passes. And Mississippi State decision time here. And it looks like Will Rogers will head to the sideline. They'll bring in the punt unit. So a good stand again to start this third quarter, Doug, for LSU's defense, who after the first couple of possessions and those missed tackles have done a much better job not only being in position but also wrapping up.
Well, LSU's pass defense is a whole lot better when Mississippi State drops the passes.
Georgopoulos to punt it away, takes it at the 30, hesitates, now puts a foot into it. It's a low line kick, takes a bounce at the 30 for Mississippi State, inside the 20, and the Bulldogs will down it around the 13-yard line far side. Greg Clayton Jr. was back deep, did not get a chance for a return, and a 43-yard punt sets up LSU first down and 10 inside their own 15-yard line here. First chance, but a nice start, Gordy Rush. Another sideline report presented by Sunshine for this LSU defense. Some of it helped by Mississippi State not holding on to the ball, but the defense will take it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I thought Mike Leach came out with some nice scheme plays and some adjustments to what LSU was showing him. The story of that drive, those 2 drops, Doug, you hit the nail on the head there.
We'll see Armani Goodwin come out as the running back here on first down and 10. Tigers have trip receivers to the right. Keyshawn Booty got involved early in the offense, but has been quiet of late. This time they'll flip it out. Far side, going to be Goodwin. Gets by a defender at the 20 and up the far sideline across the 25, up to the 27-yard line. Picks up the first down on the swing pass to Armani Goodwin, the sophomore out of Birmingham. 14-yard gain, first down and 10, Fighting Tigers. Very quick design and quick decision by Daniels that time in the pocket. First down, handed off to Goodwin. This time he'll run with it left side. Get a yard or 2. That's about all as he crosses the 30. Knee down at the 30. So maybe a 3-yard gain. It'll be second down and 7. Pretty good push on that left side of the offensive front. Outside of the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, who's had a couple of good scampers. LSU only averaging a little over 2 yards per carry from the running back. Second down and 7. Quick fire. Get it out to Neighbors near side. Got a block he needed at the 35. Slips through a defender at the 40. And eventually out of bounds at the 46-yard line. And a late flag coming out. Richardson made the stop. But Neighbors already out of bounds. And maybe a little extra added to it after the 14-yard reception.
Face mask, Chris.
And it's going to be a face mask. So a 14-yard pitch and catch. Now the face mask. And the Tigers will dig deeper into Bulldog territory. After the infraction, they'll move it to the 38-yard line of Mississippi State. And now Neighbors getting involved in the offense a little bit. Pistol formation now for Daniels. 2 wides to the left, 2 wides to the right. Goodwin, the single back. Now he'll motion Goodwin to his right hip. Here's the snap. On the keeper, Daniels around the right side. Dives forward inside the 30. Stop there at the 29-yard line. Nice 9-yard gain. It'll be second down and a yard coming up. Nathaniel Watson was there. Eventually to get Daniels down on the ground is Jaden showing what he can do running the football. Again, a couple of passes now. Things starting to open up for this offense for LSU against this, what was a stingy Bulldog defense. First down and 10. Ball at the 28-yard line. 2nd and 1, rather. Need to reach the 28-yard line to pick up another first down. Daniels fires it. Booty has it at the 23. Near side to the 20, down to the 19-yard line. He'll pick up the first down. Richardson again was on coverage, but a quick fire by Daniels and a gain of 10 yards. Inside the Capital One red zone. With the Tigers now, ball placed at about the 18-yard line. Trip receivers left. Keyshawn Booty, the lone receiver, to the right. Tigers on the march. Turner taking some time, recognizing the defense. Now puts his nose over the football, snaps it back to Daniels. Daniels, quick fire, and thrown behind the intended receiver, Mason Taylor. Done around the 11-yard line. He had him open, but just unable to connect.
Just rushed it there. He had plenty of time. Sometimes in the pocket, he just seems to me a little uncomfortable. He had time to take a little off that ball and lead him and pick up 5-6 yards.
You got it. That's exactly right. He's got to just throw it where the receiver can make the catch, an easy catch in the middle.
2nd down and 10, again wanting to hit Taylor, and again the throw had him spun around, thrown behind the tight end. Incomplete at the 19-yard line, far side. They had Emery in at running back, trying to decoy the defense to the near side. Taylor slips out, but again the pass off the mark. Taylor might have stepped wrong and had to spin around. Either way, it's incomplete. Sets up 3rd down and 10 now from the 18-yard line of the Bulldogs. 13-7. Mississippi State leading, but the Bulldog defense on their heels now. The Tigers need a 3rd down conversion to keep this drive alive. They are 0 for 5 so far tonight. Daniels in the pocket, plenty of time, slings it towards the end zone for Booty, and it's incomplete. He was right down at the 1-yard line. Good pressure and coverage that time by Jalen Green. Now we got some pushing and shoving, a little talking down around the 18-yard line between the Bulldogs and Tigers as the officials come in and try to separate and have cooler heads prevail. But looks like they'll bring on the kick unit. Damian Ramos, the freshman, redshirt freshman, will stand in. Be a 35-yard attempt just inside the near side hash towards the south end zone here in Tiger Stadium. 11:01 remains here in the 3rd quarter. Slade Roy ready to snap it back. Does so. Bramblett puts it down. Ramos swings the leg. Kick is up, and it is good. 35-yard field goal gets the Tigers a little closer. Make it a 13-10 Mississippi State lead as Ramos with his 2nd field goal made on the year. 10:56 remains here at Tiger Stadium. We will return after this. Our score, Mississippi State 13, LSU 10 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
13-10, Mississippi State leading by 3. Tigers able to shut the Bulldog offense down in the opening drive of the third quarter. Take back possession, drive stalls inside the red zone, but Damian Ramos connects on his second made field goal of the year from 35 yards. The Tigers making a 3-point ball game. 8 plays, 69 yards, spanning 1 minute, 33 seconds off the third quarter clock. They tell us tonight 98,520 joining us here at legendary Tiger Stadium. Fans, H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. For all of your rental needs, call 877-700-RENT or visit HERentals.com today. Again, Doug, you hate to see that drive stall. They had a lot of momentum, but able to get the points on the board and maybe try to keep that defense, give them a little rest, keep them playing well against Mississippi State and get the ball back.
And the real shame of it was that the passes were not accurate enough for the receivers to have a fair shot at making the catch. All they needed was one good pass, and that's a touchdown.
This time going to be fielded as a kick down the middle of the field, picked up at the 3-yard line by LaDedrick Griffin. And Griffin right up the middle of the field with a very nice return up across the 35, and I believe going to be stopped at about the 37, maybe the 38-yard line. So again, special teams giving up some yardage, and Mississippi State will start first down and 10 from their own 37. Tigers, though, now with 199 total yards of offense. Match that to 203 for Mississippi State. Mike Leach sends out the troops. Rogers again. 15 of 23. Not quite the night he had against Memphis. Not quite the night he had in Tucson last week against Arizona. Jaquavius Marks will be the featured running back on this first down and 10, just shy of their own 38. 2 receivers out wide to the right. 2 split to the left side. Handoff Marks running downhill. Again, the Tigers get to him after a gain of maybe 2 yards to the 40-yard line. That is about it. Greg Penn coming up from the linebacker spot to make the tackle. Sophomore out of Baltimore, Maryland. Second on the team coming in this week with 11 tackles, 9 of those solo through the first 2 games. And you're going to see a lot of substitutions we have so far in that linebacker spot with Penn. Mike Jones we've seen. Obviously Micah Baskerville and Harold Perkins Jr. Second down and 8 from their own 40. Rogers with the football. Throws again off the mark behind the receiver. Cutting across the middle of the field. Looking for Harvey again. No chance to make a play. Incomplete up around the 44.
Doug, I'll tell you, Matt House is running some packages right there. Ojulari and Ali Gay were in the inside linebacker position right over the guards. They both came. Penn went outside there. There's a lot of different zone blitzes. They're trying to get the ball out of Rogers' hand very quickly.
And he's getting it out of his hand, but he's not getting it out accurately as he was early in this game.
Third down and 8 from their own 40-yard line. Again, LSU trying to disguise what's coming after it. Rogers flips it near side. This time catch made at the 48-yard line of the Tigers and down the near sideline. Out of bounds. Picks up big yards of 24 on the gain. Again,
just able to get to the receiver in time with the football. Ra Thomas makes the big play, and what was 3rd down and 10 now is 1st down and 10 at the LSU 36-yard line.
Chris, LSU brought pressure, played man coverage. They ran a little pick route. Thomas was able to shake free of his defender and pick up big yardage there. One of the few times LSU's really brought numbers, and they played man on the back end.
Purple and gold defense got to stiffen up here. Rodgers. Shotgun snap time. Across the middle, incomplete, no flags. Down at the 28-yard line looking for Rufus Harvey. And that was smothering coverage that time for Major Burns. Great coverage, no flag, great incompletion. 2nd down and 10 at the 36. Will Rogers started out 10 of 11 in this game. Doug, you talked about the accuracy or the lack thereof. Since that moment, he's 6 of 15.
And that's what LSU would like. Let him continue in that percentage.
Twin backs with Johnson and Marks. Motion to receiver. Here's the snap to Rodgers. Throws downfield and planting at the 17 near side once again is Thomas. They're going to say he was on the boundary, incomplete. The officials talk it over. I think the line judge was willing to give him a completion.
I think what he did was stepped out of bounds before he made the reception. So
the back judge
route,
lost his hat, threw his hat. So he had been out of bounds, came back in. You can't do it. So again, Mississippi State looking at 3rd and 10, this time at the 36 of LSU. That's the single back.
That's exactly right. And I think they're checking back in Birmingham to see if he was pushed out. If you remember.
So we'll go under official review for the first time tonight, brought to you by Acme Oyster House, to see whether or not, as Gordy pointed out, they ruled that Ra Thomas was out of bounds, came back, planted his feet inbounds, made the catch at the 17. They said he was out of bounds. Now, replay back in Birmingham, going back, watching the entirety of that play to see whether or not Ra was forced out of bounds, which then changes everything. He is then allowed to come back to the field of play.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to put you all on the spot. It was 2019 in which Thad Moss was pushed out of bounds and came back in and caught it. And if you remember, that was overturned to LSU's favor. I forgot the game, but I do remember it was Thad Moss. So if he's pushed
Alabama.
out, was it Alabama?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so that's what they're checking for.
Timeout on the field, 9:20 remaining under official review. We'll find out what it's all about when we come back. Mississippi State leading 13-10. Bulldogs have the ball on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
From Baton Rouge to Bastrop, Woman's Hospital is bringing mammograms closer to home and closer to you. With our mobile mammography coaches traveling to 31 parishes throughout Louisiana, scheduling your annual mammogram is easier than ever before. Visit womans.org/mammogram or call 225-401-3849 today to request your appointment. That's 225-401-3849.
Hi, I'm Kristen, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. Everyone knows winning sports teams all have great chemistry. The players work well together to accomplish a common goal. With great chemistry, anything is possible. At BASF, we create chemistry around the world through our people and our products. To join a winning team and a great place to work, visit basf.us/LA. BASF, we create chemistry.
Hello, how can I help you?
I'm looking for your new Fast Play games, but really, how fast are they?
How fast do you say? Faster than a... Faster than a... Even faster than...
Whoa! Hey, that's fast.
Introducing new Fast Play games from the lottery. Get in between for $1. Rev up with $2 Super 7s. Bet on Black Cherry Bingo. Get the winning score with $5 Saints. And finally, it's a party with $10 Cash Extravaganza. Win up to $50,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Is your business growing? And are you in need of more space? Are you looking to expand your commercial real estate portfolio? Give DiVincente Brokerage a call. They are a locally owned commercial real estate company that can cover all of your commercial real estate sales and leasing needs. DiVincente Brokerage. One team, one firm, one gold star. Give them a call at 225-224-0838.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
3rd down and 10 upcoming. During the timeout, we were under official review, again presented by Acme Oyster House. They ruled that the ruling on the field would stand. It was an incomplete pass to Ra Thomas here on the near side at the 17. So it sets up the 3rd down and 10. Again from LSU's 36-yard line. 13-10, Mississippi State leading by 3. Big 3rd down for the Bulldogs. Crowd starting to get into this here. Rogers up shouting instructions at the offensive line. He'll step back into the shotgun with Marks on a wing to his left. Snap is back. Throw, quick fire, tunnel screen, catch made, and Griffin inside the 30 to the 25, and then stopped and stood up at the 22-yard line, but a gain of 14 yards. Jay Ward eventually made the stop on the Dietrich Griffin, the junior out of Philadelphia, Mississippi. So the 1st down conversion for Mississippi State. Driving deeper in LSU territory, under 9 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter.
It was a well-executed play. The outside receiver stepped downfield, came to the inside. He got 2 screens from inside receivers that picked off the LSU defenders. The reception was made, 1st down.
Twin back set here for Rogers. Quick power toss right side to Johnson. Upended, tripped up as he touched the 25-yard line. Again, Jay Ward. I see you, Jay Ward, out of Moultrie, Georgia. He's been all over the field tonight, mainly in the offensive backfield of Mississippi State. His 9th tackle of the evening, and a big one there. Loss of a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 11 for Mississippi State. They'll stay with Marks, the lone back. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right side. 2 down linemen for LSU. 4 on the line of scrimmage. Here's the snap. This time they'll toss Marks near side. Marks runs into purple and gold and is dropped at the 21-yard line. That time Micah Baskerville once again spanning the field. The senior out of Shreveport makes another good tackle. Will set up 2nd down and, or rather 3rd down and 9 upcoming here for Mississippi State. And remember, the Bulldogs not a sure thing when it comes to kicking field goals. Mike Leach knows it. He talked about it last week. In fact, he's been talking about it for a year and a half. 3rd down and 9. Ball at the 21-yard line. Mark stays in at the running back position. They'll bunch 3 receivers to the left side of the formation, 1 lone receiver to the right. Pressure comes! Rogers goes down back at the 29-yard line. B.J. Ojulari got to him first. His 2nd sack of the night, a loss of 8 yards. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop the Tigers, and it's hard to stop a train. And just what the doctor ordered, Doug Morrow. Big sack on Rogers. 3rd time he's gone down tonight.
Ojulari and Harold Perkins joined together for the sack. Excellent defensive play. Pushes the offense back. Line of scrimmage will be the 28-yard line.
This will be a 46-yard attempt for Ben Raven, the senior out of Colorado. Here's the approach. The kick is up on its way and just has enough to get through.
Raven's kick is good.
And that will extend the Mississippi State lead 16-10 as Raven now 3 of 3 on field goals on this season. I stand corrected. That was the 5th sack of the night on Rogers for this LSU defense. We got a timeout on the field. 6:31 remains. Mississippi State now leads 16-10. Tigers get the ball when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Louisianians are strong and resilient, but that doesn't mean we don't get tired. If you need help, try Blue Care, Blue Cross's telehealth service for online visits with doctors and counselors. Just download the app at bcbsla.com/bluecare. One word, and get access to care 24/7. We'll make it through the tough times. We always do. And Blue Cross will be here to support you.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. from game day to the offseason. Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
6:31, third quarter action. Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night here in Baton Rouge. 16-10 Mississippi State leading your Fighting Tigers. Fans, lower your utility bills with an efficient, reliable Train air conditioning system. Visit trainsouth.com to find a local dealer. Get a free estimate on a system that will fit your needs and your budget. Begin saving now because it's hard to stop a train. Mississippi State 35-yard field goal, as I mentioned, just had enough. Kept it between the uprights. Did Ben Rabin to make it a 16-10 lead. But Doug Morrow, what's more important, I mentioned 3 sacks, then I was corrected, it was 5 sacks. Now we found out it's just 4 sacks. But the good news is Mississippi State had only given up 3 sacks on their quarterback Will Rogers through 2 ball games. LSU's defense getting after him, and I know for a fact if Mike Leach has to kick field goals all night, that makes him nervous.
He doesn't want to do that. And LSU is starting to have their way at the line of scrimmage. In fact, I guess midway through the second quarter, late in the second quarter, I guess, about the time of the touchdown drive. Since that time, they have played well on the line of scrimmage, and they've made it really tough for Rogers, whose passing accuracy has really suffered as a result.
Kickoff bounces its way far side from the 10 to the 5 and into the end zone for the touchback. That will set up LSU first down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Gordy Rush, the other thing we've seen, that final 2-minute drive in the second quarter, LSU gets on the board to cut the lead 13-7. And since then, just 1 yard shy of 200 yards. Again, starting to see some life and consistency to this LSU offense.
Yeah, they're getting the ball out of Jane Daniels' hands. That's one thing, getting it out to the wide receivers wide, and also hitting some runs to the outside of the field, because Mississippi State's bringing a lot of pressures in between the tackles. They want to get the ball out quickly out to the edges.
Empty backfield on 1st and 10. Daniels comes out firing quickly. This time Emery has it at the 26 and bounces his way up to the 30 for a gain of 5 yards. Richardson, again, he's been busy. The junior out of Cullen, Louisiana. He's been on coverage really almost every throw in the air for Mississippi State here in the second half. He's got 8 tackles on the night. Second down and 5 from LSU's own 30. Taylor along with Neighbors and Thomas wide to the left side. Keyshawn Booty lone to the right. Daniel steps up, decides to throw, gets it far side. Thomas makes a man miss. They pull his jersey. He breaks free across the 40, the 45. Let's see. They say he stepped out at the LSU 45-yard line, but it's a 15-yard gain and a first down for the Fighting Tigers. Almost grabbed one thread on the jersey and just about unraveled it. But Thomas breaks free and picks up the yardage. Looks like they got confused on where the ball was. They were up at midfield. It's back at the 45. But nonetheless, LSU wants to keep moving. 1st and 10. 2 receivers right. Booty again lone to the left side. Daniels looking left. Now taking time. Drops it off. Short stuff. Going to be Taylor. Taylor catches it right on the sideline. And they're going to say he was out of bounds. And say it's incomplete. He caught it right near midfield, made it to the Mississippi State 45. But again, we had the side judge come in, toss his hat, and say he had stepped out and then came back in to field the catch. You don't see that a lot, but we've seen it twice here in the last 8 minutes. So they'll give the side judge his hat back, and it will be 2nd down 10 again from the LSU 45 on that incompletion. Trip receivers to the right, including Taylor, Thomas, and Neighbors. Again, Kayshawn alone to the left. Daniels looking left, and here comes pressure from his backside, and he'll be dropped back at the 37-yard line by Nathaniel Watson. Loss of 6 on the play. That time Watson, Doug, didn't look like anybody touched him. He came straight for Daniels.
He had a good shot, and it's a good thing that Daniels was able to hang on to the football rather than lose it.
So lose 6, and it's 3rd and 16. LSU trailing 16-10 here, under 5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Again, LSU been more effective when they're moving with tempo. Daniels takes the snap. He's got time in the pocket, delivers. Taylor has it at the 45, spins off a tackler up near midfield, gets to the 50-yard line, picks up 12 yards, but he's going to be 4 yards shy of the first down. Jackie Matthews from Pinson, Alabama, a senior, able to make the stop for Mississippi State. Josh Williams checks in from the near sideline for LSU. It's going to be 4th down and 5 for LSU. Right now it looks like Coach Brian Kelly wants to go for it with 4:05 clock moving 3rd quarter. Taking their time here. Play clock down to 14. Taylor in the slot. Booty now will move with Taylor. He'll be in the slot to the right side. Trip receivers to the left. We got an empty backfield. Play clock down to 4. Here's the snap to Daniels, sprinting slowly to his left. Throws, and it's incomplete. He was looking for Neighbors, but well overthrown. They had Daniels moving to his left, throwing with the right hand, and just off the mark. Duncan was on coverage, and turnover on downs near midfield. Going to give it back to Mississippi State.
Well, that was not a positive thing to be moving to the left. Right-handed passer moving to the left, having to throw back against the momentum that his body gives him. And he just didn't have a chance at making the completion, although he had a receiver open downfield.
Neighbors had the step, but could not get the football to him in an accurate manner. And that puts Mississippi State back out there. And how many times, Doug, tonight have we looked up, they've started to drive at their own 40, 45, or even at midfield. Again, puts this LSU defense in a tough spot. 1st and 10, ball at the Mississippi State 49. They'll toss it out. Right side with it is going to be Johnson. Tigers with good coverage, but he picks up 4 yards out there on the right side. Again, Jay Ward, I think his 10th tackle of the night, career high 11. He should be well on his way to picking that up. 3.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Mississippi State, Mike Leach now, not necessarily running any type of tempo, although they will run no huddle. 19 on the play clock. 2nd down and 6. Rogers, tight pocket, delivers, and it's incomplete at the 40-yard line. Looking for Harvey. Looks like Greg Penn was covering across the middle of the field. Harvey couldn't hold on. And we'll set up 3rd down and 6. Again, that pocket, Gordy, getting tighter on Rogers.
No doubt. Rogers is feeling it. The second half, he's been a little antsy. He's been throwing some fastballs out there. The LSU pressure packages have gotten to Will Rogers.
3rd and 6. Mississippi State 3 for 11 so far tonight. Another critical 3rd down opportunity for this Fighting Tiger defense. Ball on the far side hash. Snap back to Rogers. Quick fire on the slant. Catch made at the 43 of LSU, but it's going to be shy of the 1st down by at least a yard. Catch to Jaden Wally, who hauled it in, his 2nd catch of the night. Now this is where Mike Leach, again, may roll the dice. It'll be 4th and appears to be a yard. And it looks like Rogers and company will stay out there. And so far tonight, they are 1 for 3 on 4th down conversions. The Tigers have stopped their last 2 attempts in this situation. Rogers kind of mini huddling up with the offensive line and his running back, Dylan Johnson. Still talking. Play clock down to 7 as he steps into the gun. Now goes back to the center with 4 seconds. Steps back into the gun. He'll have to call the timeout and does. Having some communication problems down there on the field as Tiger fans getting in his ear hole. And they will call their first timeout of the half. It'll be a 30-second timeout. Leaves them 2 remaining.
So, Chris, I'm sitting here field level right across from Mike Leach. And he signaled this play in, and there were 3 taps. This was one on the head and the back of the neck, and it was a complicated play call that Rodgers had to go to the wristband, and I don't think anybody completely got the play on that, and that's why they went so deep in the play clock.
Well, of course, Mike Leach played rugby for BYU back in his college days. Sure, they didn't have that type of intricate play calling back then, but then he got his law degree from Pepperdine, so maybe he's added some intricacy to his play calls. But Gordy's exactly right. It looked like Rodgers was trying to figure it out. He got it, then tried to tell his offensive line, then got back and said, wait a minute, I don't think we're on the same page, went back up, and then eventually had to call timeout. So,
well, that's one of those pirate signals, you know, from the boats down in the bayou.
First down and 10, or 4th down and 10 rather, or 4th down and a yard, I should say. Here's the snap to Rodgers. Quick fire, broken up, incomplete. No hankies on the field at the 37-yard line. Jay Ward able to get his hands in there, avoid the penalty, and deflect the pass that was coming out again extremely hot. And LSU again has turned Mississippi State away on 4th down. The Bulldogs now 1 for 4 in this game tonight. They came in 1 for 1 on the season, but another big stand by this LSU defense. And the LSU offense now has to answer the call. 2:17 to go in the 3rd quarter. They'll have relatively really good field position. First down and 10 at their own 42. Again, can't say enough for this LSU defense. A couple of missed tackles early in tonight's game, but they have really stepped it up. Here's the pass coming out to Jenkins near side at midfield. He will cross into Bulldog territory, get to the 47-yard line. Again, they're picking on to Cameron Richardson, the cornerback. Gain of 11. It's first down and 10 for LSU. Armani Goodwin now back in at running back for the Tigers. Quickly, Daniels trying to line them up, get moving. Neighbors out wide to the left. This time Daniels going to pull, and this time great defensive play by their leader, Jet Johnson, the linebacker. He stayed with it, realized that Daniels wanted to pull, and he brings him down immediately for a loss on the play. So it should be 2nd down and 12. Minute 38, clock continuing to move, 3rd quarter. Behind the chains here are LSU at the Mississippi State 48-yard line. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Late delayed blitz by Johnson. It's picked up. Daniels throwing on the run and throws it away. Mason Taylor trying to make a play down here at the 30, but it was off the mark. Jalen Green was in on coverage, but now that's going to set up 3rd down and 12.
3rd down, 12.
Gordy, I got to tell you, we've talked about the veteran receiving corps for both of these teams, but I think one of the highlights for both defenses have been their secondaries tonight.
Yeah, Mississippi State, for the most part, has played really well. Right there, Mississippi State, and Zach Arnett runs that 3-3-5 defense. Very creative with the blitz packages, and Jaden just didn't see it there. Mississippi State wind up bringing pressure. They were in man coverage. He didn't see it, had no choice to throw it out of bounds.
First charge down of the half.
LSU going to burn their first timeout. Very important 3rd down and 12 upcoming for Coach Kelly and Coach Mike Denbrock here to try to draw it up and execute, Doug. That's always the key with a minute 20 to go. Again, the defense giving up 3 points here in the 2nd half thus far, but a couple of great stops throughout the night. And the offense eventually has to get to life. And unfortunately, we talked about how they play so well. Daniel seems so comfortable in tempo. There's just been some things that have slowed them down. They've had a couple of plays and then maybe an incompletion where a player was out of bounds and slows things up. It's as if they have a lot of time, things get bogged down for this offense.
And LSU has not been able to break a running back loose on a running play. And that's been one of the things that Mississippi State did that early in the game, scored one of their touchdowns on that. LSU's not been able to do that. I think they've had one running play where you could say, oh, it's successful. That's what we wanted to do. They've got to find something that will work in the running game so that their passing game will work.
3rd down and 12. They drop it off underneath to Jeray Jenkins, and he will get to the 45. That is all. Colin Duncan was there to make the tackle. A gain of 7 yards, but it's going to set up 4th down and about 5 here for LSU with a minute 2 clock moving 3rd quarter. Down 16-10 to Mississippi State. And after some contemplation, out comes the punt unit here. Bramlett with a chance possibly to pin Mississippi State back deep. He will stand at the LSU 40. Austin Williams for Mississippi State to receive this punt stands at the Bulldogs 6. Bramlett takes it, takes his time, puts it into the air, high spiraling punt, calling for the fair catch and losing it at the 10-yard line is Williams. LSU has the football at the 9-yard line. I believe Wes Weeks came up with a loose ball. No, check that. Slade Roy. Was that Slade Roy that came up with it?
Yes, sir.
The long snapper comes up with a loose ball at the 9-yard line. And LSU forces the miscue on special teams by the Bulldogs, and the offense back in business. First down, goal to goal at the Bulldog 9.
Well, that is the play LSU needed in order to set up the next one, which is the score. Because you got to get the score out of it, otherwise it just doesn't make any difference. Great coverage by LSU, waiting for the punt receiver to catch the ball or drop it, and he dropped it. LSU with the recovery.
Now we've got movement up front.
Yeah, Tigers jumped.
Offense, number 69, 5-yard penalty, first down.
6 penalty tonight, gentlemen, and that all in the motion department.
Yeah, Chris, what LSU did is they called the play from the huddle and they sprinted out there and wanted to run it right away. And Keyshawn Boutte was delayed and was running to the wide receiver on the other side of the field, made LSU wait, and LSU moved quickly, and that play blew up. I think it was a good idea from the sideline. They just didn't execute it.
So now first down and goal back to the 14-yard line of Mississippi State. Brian Kelly not happy at all. He is very animated down there around the 25-yard line. Daniels lines it up. Goodwin, the running back. Boutte motions. Now they hand it off. Goodwin up the middle. Has a little room. Gets to the 11-yard line. Now trying to force his way to the 10. May have got forward progress there. And a gain of 4 yards again before Richardson along with Wheat combine on the stop for Mississippi State. Tigers now looking second down, goal to go from the Bulldog 10. Trailing 16-10 to Mississippi State here in the SEC opener. That may have been the final play of the third quarter as we're down to 7 seconds. Daniels will line it up, but now he looks at the clock, realizes let's switch sides of the field. Try our chances going into the north end zone. So the third quarter comes to an end here in Baton Rouge. Mississippi State through 3 leads 16-10 over LSU. Your Fighting Tigers looking at second down, goal to go from the 10-yard line. When we come back, fourth and final quarter coming up on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
With a plan from People's Health, you get the benefit of a complimentary health club membership. But that's not all. They now offer 65% more fitness centers with gyms you can visit nationwide while traveling. And the flexibility of joining multiple gyms to fit your lifestyle. There's even online programs to help you stay active in the comfort of your own home. To learn more about this expanded benefit, give People's Health a call, 1-855-821-2666, or visit peopleshealth.com.
Hey, Tiger fans, G.W. Oliver Pool Construction exists at the intersection of creativity and craftsmanship to deliver an excellent experience. Born in Baton Rouge, their brand has expanded to be a leader in commercial and residential pools throughout the entire Gulf Coast. So no matter where the project, G.W. Oliver's mission is to turn your dream into a reality. Find Find out more at gwoliver.com.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Final 15 minutes of regulation up on the board. We head to the fourth quarter here on a Saturday night in Death Valley. Mississippi State leading 16-10 over your Fighting Tigers. Special teams miscue. This time for the Bulldogs. Muff punt down around the 10-yard line by Austin Williams. Slade Roy, the long snapper, picking him up, setting him down. Recovers the fumble at the 9. The Tigers with a procedure penalty backs him up. First down and 10 at the 14. They gain 4 yards and now look at second down. Goal to go from the 10 of Mississippi State as they switch sides of the field. The Tigers now attacking right to left on your dial towards the north end zone here at legendary Tiger Stadium. Fans, lower your utility bills with an efficient, reliable Train air conditioning system. Visit trainsouth.com. Doug Morrow, they're taking some time here in the huddle for LSU offensively right now. This one, the most important start, most important possession thus far of this ball game.
And LSU's got to do something with it. And that's what's so important, Chris. They have had opportunities throughout the course of this game. Some they created for themselves, some Mississippi State gave them. But the most important thing about those opportunities is you got to convert them into points. Because up on that scoreboard, LSU's down 6, and that ain't going to change unless they find some way to get that 6 and then 7 and maybe even more.
Second down, goal to go from the 10. Jaden Daniels in the shotgun. He's got Armani Goodwin on a wing to his right. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. That's the short side of the field. Booty out wide to the right side. Shotgun snap, Daniels. Feels the pressure, now spins, rolling to his left. He's got room, got a lot of green grass. 10, 5, launched and down around the 3-yard line. That time coming up trying to make the tackle in time was Nathaniel Watson along with Jet Johnson, but Watson kind of got him in the leg and flipped him in the air. Daniels, though, looking at third down, goal to go with the ball placed at the 3-yard line of Mississippi State. They'll place it now on the near side hash. Daniels looking to the near sideline. Now seems comfortable with the call. He's got Booty, lone receiver to the left. Jenkins, lone receiver to the right. Motion Booty left to right. Daniels looks that way. Now up the middle, he'll run. Bounces off a defender into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 3-yard touchdown for Jaden Daniels, his second rushing touchdown of the season. And with 14:11 to go, it's a tie game, 16-all.
Flag in the end zone. I think the flag is on Mississippi State. Nope.
No, indeed it is. Late hit.
It's a touchdown. After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 19. That penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Wow, add insult to injury there. Great improvisation by Daniels, who was looking for Booty in the right corner. He was covered up, quickly made the decision to head right down Broadway. Bounces off a defender at the 2 and flies on into the end zone. Ramos trying to give the Tigers the lead. Kick is up, kick is good! And the Tigers lead for the first time tonight, 17-16, with 14:11 to go in this one. Timeout on the field. Having fun? More coming your way after this. LSU 17, Mississippi State 16 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
14-11 to play in this contest. SEC opener. Here on this Saturday night, LSU has trailed throughout, but now they take the lead 17-16. Jaden Daniels scampering in, able to get his second rushing touchdown of the year. And again, it goes back to a muff punt by Mississippi State's Austin Williams at the 10. And Slade Roy, we try our best to talk about the long snapper as many times as possible. Typically, if you don't talk about them, it means they had a good day at the office. But my goodness, snapping the football on the punt and then headed down there and picked up the muff punt on the fair catch call sets up LSU to take their first lead of the night. Fans Toyota's national sales event is on. Enjoy every last second of summer in an exciting new Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer to check out the Ready for Anything Toyota Tundra. How Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Again, Doug, you're just asking your defense after the ensuing kickoff here. Keep playing the way you're playing and tackling as well as they have, really, for the majority of this game.
And Chris, Slade Roy is working overtime. That's what happens when somebody takes it upon themselves not only to do their job, but to do more than their job, to do that one extra thing. That's what he did. He makes the recovery, and LSU then decides, look, we're down here, let's go ahead and score. So they get good enough blocking, and then they have a quarterback that gives that extra effort as he approaches the end zone. And then you get the lanyard of the penalty. And so, boy, it all is starting to work out if you can continue in that mindset from here to the end of the game.
Patrick Wright during our timeout made an important note, I'll tell you, just after this again. Unnecessary roughness, personal foul after the touchdown. So the kickoff coming from midfield, and Ramos easily puts that one nearly through the uprights and into the crowd in the North Stadium. But LSU now, according to Patrick Wright, 240 yards total offense to 245 for Mississippi State. And that is a recent occurrence and a good sign for things to come. Now it's up to the LSU defense. Will Rogers tonight. Again, LSU, Gordy's talked about it, Doug's talked about it, I've tried to talk about it. 18 of 31 passing. This LSU defense at times has certainly made him uncomfortable. He's been sacked 4 times tonight. First down and 10 from the 25. Snap to Rogers. Pump fake. Now gives it off to Marks. He'll make the catch at the 25, and he is absolutely planted at the 24 by Greg Brooks Jr. Hey now. That is a drill of a hit. Textbook tackle in open space. Excellent play and a loss. They'll say he got back to the line of scrimmage, but Dad's being kind.
And Marks is going to sit down. He took a shot to his left lower leg. He's holding his ankle, maybe his shin. As Greg Brooks, a fantastic low tackle on the ball carrier.
So Marks a little slow to get up, as Gordy mentioned. They'll come over, take a look at him now with 13:49 the clock stopped. I believe we have a timeout on the field, and we do. 17-16. LSU now leads for the first time tonight. Can the defense get it done one more time here and get it back to this LSU offense that's come to life in the second half? We'll find out after we step aside on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
We're Dudley DeBosier. As an official partner of LSU Athletics, we love being back here on campus.
It's where we began our journey as lawyers.
And it keeps us connected to the community we've pledged to serve. This place has made a difference in so many lives across the state.
And it inspires us to do the same.
We're a law firm that cares about this community. And that's the Dudley DeBosier difference.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112230.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, listen up. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. You can play Hit 50. Win up to $1,000. Just visit any lottery retailer. Pick up Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Tigers leading 17-16 here in this SEC opener. Next week, Mississippi State will host Bowling Green. LSU will have their third straight home game. They'll welcome in the Lobos from New Mexico. Kick it off at 6:30 on a Saturday night here at Death Valley. Again, the Tigers leading 17-16. Have to check on that injury for Mississippi State on that first down play. Marks slow to get up. He appeared to be okay after they took a look at him. Again, we've seen Marks and Johnson for the most part tonight. Simeon Price has been in on a couple of plays for Mike Leach, who this offense started the game getting it all done on the ground. Of course, have gone back to the passing attack, but LSU's done an excellent job of just disrupting the smoothness of Will Rogers tonight. Again, 19 of 32, 170 yards, 1 passing touchdown. Completing just 59% of his passes thus far after leading the country at nearly 80% through 2 games. In fact, he's 9 of his last 21 through the air. 13:49 remaining. Fourth quarter action. Twin backs as Rogers takes the snap. Late pressure comes. He'll dump it off. He gets it to Johnson. Johnson across the 25 near side before knocked out of bounds. Looks like he made it to the 30. They'll say he did. A gain of 5 before Baskerville again. That closing speed to get him out of bounds. Rogers was very close to going down to B.J. Ojolari for the second time. Mississippi State 3 for 12 on third downs tonight, looking at third down and 5. Ball just beyond their own 30-yard line. I got to tell you guys, the offensive line for Mississippi State moving slowly. LSU has just had a barrage of penetration in that backfield. Here's the snap on 3rd and 5. Rogers releases, almost intercepted. It's incomplete at the 41-yard line. Looking for Caleb Ducking, but that throw was off the mark. Garner was on coverage, and I think if Garner watches that football, he might take that one for 6. Nonetheless, it's incomplete. Sets up 4th and 5.
Well, Will Rogers has been very uncomfortable since about midway through the second quarter. Some passes, you know, he's on the money, but most of them he's missing by at least a little bit. Some he's missing by a lot.
George Georgopoulos out there to punt, stands at the 15. Greg Clayton Jr. for the Tigers at the 25 of LSU. Snap is back. Couple of steps, and here's the punt. Comes right to Clayton, who goes down, fields it at the 24, crosses the 25, makes it to about the 27 before he stopped there. 45-yard punt. And maybe a 2-yard gain. And it looks like there's a flag down back here at the Mississippi State 42-yard line. They're going to huddle up, are the officials. Our crew chief again, James Carter tonight. Umpire Russ Pulley, Jake Weatherford, our head line judge.
Holding. Number 19 receiving team. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. First down.
The penalties have added up. A lot of emotion related tonight. That one going to be costly. Back up the Tigers here to start this drive on 1st down and 10. What would have been at the 27-yard line. Looks to be starting. Well, they're going to say, wait a minute. Yeah, it's 10 yards, but my goodness, how far back are they going? They're going to mark it at the 15. I thought Clayton got to the 27. Neither here nor there. It'll be first down and 10.
They called holding on Jordan Allen, so that pushed LSU back for 10 yards.
No, I understand the penalty, but
Okay.
I thought he made it to the 27. 10 yards would be the 17, but again.
Usually, I think it's a spot foul, right? The holding, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you may be right.
Where it occurred.
I'm just trying to get extra yards. Those hidden yards.
I appreciate the effort.
First down and 10. They mark at the 15. Shotgun snap. Here's a handoff. Emery. Emery goes left and cuts it up the middle of the field. Had a little bit of an opening, but Mississippi State closes quickly after a 4-yard gain. Again, LSU, not a lot of success in the run game at all. Certainly have not had the opportunity to get out on the corners and run, but running right at this Mississippi State defense, which again, their front seven, as Brian Kelly said on Monday, pretty salty. Second down and 6. Emery will join Daniels in the backfield here. Jaden taking his time. Calls for the snap and has it. Pressure comes in the pocket. The throw to Booty, but well underthrown. Ball didn't make it but to the 33. Booty was already to the 36, so it's incomplete.
Booty's got to be getting frustrated in this game. Early in the game, he had a touch, and since that time, I don't think that he's had a chance to touch the ball. There have been a couple of passes thrown to him, incomplete, but he just really has not had much of a chance to be involved, and he's just too good a player to not be involved.
LSU 0 for 8 on third downs tonight. Sprint out by Daniels to the right. Throws on the run. Catch by Neighbors. Hit, but stays upright at about the 28. He's got the first down. Makes his way near the 29-yard line. That time Mississippi State tried to knock him down. Weren't able to do so on the first hit. Eventually Jet Johnson will get the tackle, but it is a first down and 10 for LSU. And I like the sprint out by Daniels to his right. Throwing right-handed. It looks very good. First down and 10 with the ball up to the 29-yard line of the Tigers. Trip receivers, including Taylor, Neighbors, and Hilton. Flip it out to Taylor, and the underneath pass is out of his fingertips, incomplete at the 29 near side. Second down and 10 now.
Doug, I don't know about you, but LSU has gone deeper into the play clock here. A lot of check with me. They're signaling in the play. They're out of tempo mood. Just feels a little clunky to me, but beside that one sprint out where he hit Neighbors to convert.
Tell him that. You're down there.
Second down and 10. From the 29, Daniels. Handoff Emery. Takes his time, a little patience. Now finds a hole up across the 35. But gravity pulls him down at about the 37-yard line. If he stays upright, he's got a lot of green grass, but he gains 8 yards, and that will make it manageable here on third and about 2. Sometimes the weight of that face mask will just bring you down. Third down and 2 for the Tigers. Trying to avert just their second third down on the night, and they need it here. Leading by a point, 17-16, fourth quarter, 11:04 to go in the game. Daniels whips it out. Catch, grabbed by Neighbors, far side at the 45. He'll get out of bounds up near midfield. He'll pick up the first down. And a gain of 10 yards, and the Tigers will move the chains. Again, Daniels looking to his right, goes to Neighbors. Neighbors picks up a couple of extra yards after the catch to make sure they move the chains. 10:43 clock moving. Tigers lead by a point, 17-16. First down at 10, now right at the Tiger eye at the 48-yard line of LSU. Emery stays in at running back. Neighbors and Taylor to the left side. Keyshawn Booty to the right. Taylor now will motion. Line up right side of the formation. Snap to Daniels. Design run. Daniels with room to the 45. Head first slide. Gets to, they'll say his knee came down at the 46-yard line of Mississippi State, so a gain of 6. I like the slide. I think I might prefer the foot first slide. Maybe you might get a couple of extra yards there. The head first slide, his knee came down.
I thought he got further than where they put it.
I did too, but they ruled his knee was down at the 46. Now LSU offense looking to the near side. Wholesale substitutions up front defensively for Mississippi State. 2nd down and 4 now at the Bulldog 46-yard line. Daniels with the ball in hand, gives it to Emery. Hit initially, keeps on churning, makes his way to the 45, only a gain of a yard. It'll be 3rd down and 3 upcoming here, under 9.5 to go. LSU improving their 3rd down conversions. Converted 2 on this drive. They're only 2 of the night. Need to make it 3. Armani Goodwin in for Emery at running back.
3rd down 3 at the State.
Play of the drive coming.
Tigers need to reach the 42-yard line of the Bulldogs. Daniels working with Goodwin in the backfield. Mississippi State showing pressure. Now they'll throw, and Neighbors has it at the 40. He's got the 1st down by about 1.5 yards near side. Between the 40 and 41-yard line, he needed to reach the 42, and he does. Neighbors with another spectacular catch and another conversion on 3rd down. And correct me if I'm wrong, he's been the 3rd down converter here on this drive. 1st down and 10. Again, LSU substituting. Josh Williams checks in. Goodwin will check out. 6th catch of the night for Neighbors. 1st and 10. Daniels, ball in hand, looking downfield, throws near side, looking for Booty, but out of bounds. Incomplete down around the 17-yard line. Set up 2nd down and 10.
That pass down the sideline where he threw it to Booty, that's a perfect situation for him to throw that back shoulder pass that allows Booty, rather than continuing to run and running himself out of bounds, he just slows down and lets the defender run by him, and he backs up and makes the catch on his back shoulder, which is why they call it that.
2nd down and 10 from the 41-yard line of the Bulldogs. Daniels pulls, now looking to throw, and again out of bounds, way out of bounds, looking for Lacey down around the 25, but that was a good 6-7 yards out of bounds, nowhere close. That'll set up just like that. 3rd down and 10 for this LSU offense. 8:11 to go in the game. Again, I think it's clear that Daniel's a lot more accurate when he's running to his right. That time, the last 2 times, he's had time in the pocket. Just as misfired. Big 3rd down and 10. Swing pass comes to Williams, far side. He's got some blockers initially. Bounces off one defender at the 35. Secondary help. Eventually gets him down. He reaches the 34-yard line as Williams bringing the wood to the Mississippi State Bulldog defender. He'll be shy of the 1st down. It'll be 4th and about 3. Tigers needed the 31-yard line of Mississippi State. So again, Coach Brian Kelly with a decision to make here, leading by a point, 17-16. On the Bulldog side of the field, looking at 4th down and 3, and it appears the Tigers will go for it. They'll empty the backfield with Daniels by his lonesome. 2 receivers right, trip receivers to the left, and Mississippi State says they want to talk about it. So a timeout taken by Mike Leach. And we'll take one with him. Timeout on the field. Coming up, we'll take a look at the performance report brought to you by Kubota. Our score at Tiger Stadium, LSU 17, Mississippi State 16. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit LSUMKC.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
If you want to have a great time, enjoy some tasty food and drinks, and play some golf, you need to head out to the brand new Golf Suites off Seagan Lane. Just go to the Seagan Overpass, turn onto Old Seagan Lane, loop under the bridge, and you are at the only place in town that uses PGA TrackMan technology. This technology tracks the flight and spin of your ball, which means you can use it to improve your game. You can also play courses from around the world, and there are plenty of games, so it's a ton of fun for the whole family. Golf Suites is affordable and open late night on the weekends. Make your plans to visit Golf Suites today.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As we continue on this Saturday night in Death Valley, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Back inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth at Tiger Stadium, LSU leading Mississippi State 17-16. 7:34 to go in this contest tonight. Take a look at the performance report brought to you by Kubota and the Louisiana Kubota dealers. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the dealer near you. Let's talk about this LSU defense, gentlemen. First of all, a couple of missed tackles early, highlighted by the 37-yard touchdown by Marks to get Mississippi State on the board. Since then, it's been solid tackling by this LSU defense led by Jay Ward. 10 tackles, 5 of those solo tonight, and that's the textbook against this type of offense, Doug. You cannot miss tackles.
And you're right. LSU, since that little flourish of missed tackles early in the game, has really pinned it down where they're making good contact out in the open field. Normally these are one-on-one tackles, but they have had an awful lot of multiple defenders in on one tackle downfield.
4th down and 3 for LSU as we get back to action. Daniels in the shotgun, Williams on a sidecar to his right. Snap back to Daniels, looking for the deep ball, looking for Neighbors. Caught inside the 15, down around the 12-yard line. First down and 10, LSU inside the Capital One red zone. Duncan was on coverage. Malik Neighbors found the football first. High-pointed the ball. Good throw by Daniels over the shoulder, and Neighbors puts the Tigers in business. First down and goal at the 7-yard line.
And that's that back shoulder throw I was talking about, where the pass is thrown to the receiver to the outside of his back shoulder. He spins away from the defender. Defender has no chance of guarding the pass.
27-yard reception for Neighbors. First down, goal to go inside the 8 of Mississippi State. Williams, the handoff, squirts through the line, gets it at the 2, fights his way near the goal line, and it is a Fighting Tiger touchdown. Hey now, Josh Williams met by a couple of Bulldogs around the 2. He wanted it more, chugging his way to cross the plane. 7-yard touchdown run, and the Tigers extend the lead 23-16. Williams with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the year. You won't find a better story in college football than the junior out of Houston, Texas, who came to this team as a walk-on, eventually earned a scholarship 2 straight years on the SEC honor roll. Coach Brian Kelly says give him the rock, and he delivers. Ramos San for the point after attempt. Again, Bramblett will hold. Let's give him a shout out. Slade Roy going to snap it back. They're set. Snap, placement, kick up, and kick is good. Tigers extend the lead 24-16. 6:53 remains in this one. How about the 4th down play, gentlemen? You need 3 yards. Coach Kelly, Coach Denbrock say, hey, Jaden Daniels, why don't you throw it to Malik Neighbors downfield for 27 yards, and let's go in and add a touchdown.
And throw a perfect pass while you're at it. so that he's the only one that has a chance of making the catch. And then since it's him, you know that he has a good chance of making the catch because he's so sure-handed. So all of the things fit together to make that a successful play.
Gordy Rush, how about this? 14 plays, 85 yards, 6 minutes and 1 second. We talk about how this team is good in tempo, but that probably, again, still just under 7 minutes remaining. That was probably what the doctor ordered, keeping that air raid offense on the sideline.
And absolutely. You know, I called the first part of that drive clunky, and then they got going and got established. And you talked about those third down conversions to Neighbors. There was a rub route. There was a drag route. And so on that 4th and 3, they're expecting, Mississippi State's expecting the ball to go to Neighbors. Instead of running something short, they ran the fade. He got a couple steps. It's a brilliant call. It was not what Mississippi State was expected, and well executed by the Tigers.
LSU 191 yards here in the second half to 67 for Mississippi State. Neighbors tonight, we mentioned, 6 catches, 76 yards. 4 of those, as Gordy just pointed out, on that drive, 3 of which helped convert on third down to keep the drives alive. This one, squib kick, going to take a bounce at about the 15 near side. Picking it up at the goal line is Griffin. Griffin to the middle of the field, 10, 15. Oh, he got a hole up across the 30. Now it's a foot race, and he may take it to the house. One man with a chance to bring him down at the 20, and does, down around the 12-yard line. Oh, boy. 87-yard return. He took it after a bounce on the goal line. Looks like Jarek Bernard Combers eventually pulls him down. But Mississippi State with a huge special teams answer here. Oh, boy.
First down.
I got to tell you, gentlemen, they are using the smallest flags, or they are not unfurled. You can barely see the flags on the field from our vantage point. In fact, after he was brought down around the 12, I scanned the field looking for a hanky, hoping for a hanky. Good news, I got bad eyes. There was one. And that big return going to come back. Need to prep those flags a little better. Unfold them. So it will be back now for Mississippi State. Instead of at the LSU 12, they will be back, I believe, at their own 17. Wow. 71-yard difference in field position for Coach Mike Leach and the Bulldogs. So, first down and 10. Ball at the 17 of their own. Snap to Rogers. Looking left. Throws across the middle and incomplete. Dropped at the 27-yard line by Ra Thomas. Again, the throw was there. I think catchable. A little low. He had it in his hands, and it just pops out. And he was open. Rogers needled it through. In fact, if he makes that catch, he's probably got plenty of room to run near side. But the Tigers will take it. Second down and 10 at the 17. Just over 6.5 to play here at Tiger Stadium. LSU leading 24-16. Rogers shotgun, single back with Johnson. Looking for Johnson on the quick screen, and he drops it in his hands at the 17. He can't hold on. It was Simeon Price, rather, the running back, number 22, who was back there. Boy, hit him right in the hands. If you're Rogers, you haven't had your best night, but your teammate's not helping you out. He's now 20 of 36 passing. And third down and 10 now from the 17. Boy, what a change in emotions if you're a Mississippi State Bulldog. But the Tiger defense needs a couple of more plays. Can they find it here? 2 Tigers with their hands in the grass. 4 on the line of scrimmage as Rogers takes the shotgun snap. Pocket coming loose. He'll flip it out, and it is incomplete to Johnson. He tried to just pitch it out ahead with pressure all over him just to avoid the sack. B.J. Ojulari was right there in his grill.
And LSU put the good pressure on him all across the front. He had nowhere to go. He turned to the left, and again, he's right-handed, so he had to be throwing it contrary to the rotation of his body. The receiver had it in his hands, dropped it, but it wouldn't have made any difference. He was going to be down right where he caught the ball.
substitute for the Tigers at the 40-yard line.
Looks like we got a new punter into the game. From the 6-yard line, they let it go. Takes a bounce at the 45. Mississippi State and LSU, a couple of players around it there. They thought it was a live football. LSU, I don't think, got out of the way. There's a big pile at the 41-yard line to see who comes up with it. Oh, yeah. Clayton came up, tried to fall on it, and I'm not sure if he secured it. Looks like he did.
Woo.
That was a close one.
Chris, that's a big no-no. I mean, the call there for the punt returner is to run and yell, Peter, Peter, and that's a code to get away from it. We're going to let it roll out, and I'm certainly not going to go try and dive and do that. Luckily, he fell on the football, and Coach Kelly and Coach Polian are having a word right now as he comes off the field.
Yes, that's a what we refer to as a stern talking to. But you know, what's one of the things, though, I love about Coach Kelly? He will tell you, hey, he is demanding. And after they had a quick conversation with he and Coach Polian, the last couple of steps to the sideline was a lot more calm. And that's where Coach Kelly says, hey, sometimes you have to break them down, but you got to bring them back up. And I think we saw that just then. Teaching moment. 1st down and 10 for the Tigers. They'll have it at their own 41-yard line. Snap to Daniels. Moving the pocket to his left. Now gets set, fires. Looking for Jenkins in his hands, but he can't hold on. Broken up at the 31-yard line. Great play by Jackie Matthews. Otherwise, Jenkins probably holds on to that, but Jenkins got his hands on it. Matthews just able, I think, to jostle it loose with the left hand. Incomplete, sets up 2nd down and 10.
That's a good defensive play. Once again, though, the quarterback sprinting to the left. He's a right-handed quarterback. He's got to twist his body contrary to its normal rotation through the pass. It was a well-thrown pass, but you gave the defender a chance to get on it and bat it away.
2nd down 10 from the Tigers' own 41-yard line. 6:11 to go in this game. Handoff Emery goes left, now cuts it back to the middle, and he's met by a team of Bulldogs after he reaches the 43, just shy of the 44-yard line. Maybe a gain of 3, that's all, as we hit the 6-minute mark remaining in this game. Fans J&J Exterminating, Louisiana owned, customer focused, and results driven for over 60 years. Call the local pros and get the shield. J&J Exterminating, yeah. Clock moving, 5 minutes, 45 seconds. Your Tigers leading 24-16 over Mississippi State after trailing 13-7 at the half. Josh Williams now will be back in at running back. LSU will send out Thomas and Neighbors to the left side. Keishawn Booty, single receiver to the right. 3rd down and 7. Daniels steps up, now will run. He's got a lot of room and able to get down to the 46, maybe the 47-yard line. He'll pick up the 1st down on the scamper. Good recognition. Wanted to throw the ball. Still got that head first slide. Took a little shot as well. There's a Mississippi State Bulldog down behind the line of scrimmage, way back at the 37-yard line. Training crew immediately out there to take a look at him. But Daniels leading the way on the ground. Again, LSU struggling to run the football with the running backs. But Daniels 16 carries, closing in on the century mark. 93 yards and a rushing touchdown. Averaging just under 6 yards per carry is the LSU quarterback. Again, can't get a number right now on the Bulldog. Covered up by the training crew. But a pause in action here with 5:18 remaining here in the ball game. Looks like Nathan Pickering, nose tackle, a senior out of Mount Olive, Mississippi, is being looked at now. He's on his back. Fans TJ Ribs, legendary Louisiana barbecue, and home to the Brian Kelly Show each Thursday night at 7 o'clock. The official barbecue restaurant of LSU Athletics and the presenting sponsor each week of Tiger One Village. Come on out and join us for every LSU home game, home of LSU Game Day with Hunt Palmer, Marlon Favorite, and Brandon Taylor. And count on TJ Ribs. They got every game all the time. To-go tailgate packages and event catering located on Acadian Thruway, Sigan Lane, and Airline in Prairieville. Visit them online at tjribs.com. So Pickering now being helped off, but mostly on his own power, headed to the far sideline. LSU again, so many struggles, gentlemen, on 3rd down through the first half. And here late in this game, they have found the knack to convert. They're looking at 1st down and 10. Ball at the 47-yard line of Mississippi State with 5:18 to play. We'll go with two tights here. Cole Taylor, Mason Taylor. No relation. They'll be the two tight ends to the right side of the formation. We'll have Thomas and Keishawn Booty in the slot to the left side. That's the wide side of the field. Armani Goodwin back in there at running back with Daniels. 1st and 10. Daniels now will motion Booty. Get the snap. Hand it off Goodwin. Little hole left side. Goodwin breaks free at the 35. Down the middle of the field. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Armani Goodwin. 3rd rushing touchdown of the year. 47-yard strike on the ground. And the Tigers make it 30-16.
Well, Chris, you said in the last possession that LSU had not been able to get much running out of the running backs. Wrong. Nice job that time. They must have heard you, and that's what they called. Right up the middle. Broke a couple of tackles, not really hard tackles because he really had an open field to run to, but then he did what he needed to do to get to the end zone.
We talk about him being a physical back. Again, standing 5'8", 195 pounds, like a bowling ball coming at you, but that time showed some breakaway speed after getting into open field. Ramos trying to add one more. Bulldogs come after it, but the kick is up, and it is good. That'll make it 31-16. We've got 4:50 to go here at Tiger Stadium. 4 plays, 59 yards. A minute 28 off the 4th quarter clock, and a 47-yard rushing touchdown for Armani Goodwin. And the Tigers now getting a little separation on the Pirate and Mississippi State. Timeout on the field. We'll take one with them. We'll return after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger Athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
4th quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU goes 4 plays, 57 yards to go up 31-16 on Mississippi State. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. And I tell you what there, Chris, LSU dominating the offensive line now, imposing their will on that Mississippi State defensive line. All of a sudden, you're starting to see hands on hips. They're slowing down. They're not able to get up the field because LSU's done a great job of getting out to the perimeter. Just a fantastic second half out of this LSU offense.
You know, Doug, to Gordy's point, coming into this game, Mississippi State second in the country, nearly 40 minutes of possession in each of their first 2 games. And right now, LSU in the second half, 39 plays of offense to just 23 for Mississippi State. And believe it or not, Brian Kelly, he and I talked on Thursday. Sometimes time of possession doesn't mean anything. He told me in this game it would. And LSU, 29 minutes, 40 seconds time of possession to 25.5 for Mississippi State.
And the way this game started, Chris, I'll bet you were thinking to yourself, that conversation we had, I talked with Coach Kelly, because the game looked like Mississippi State was going to be the one in charge of the clock. It turned out not to be that way. LSU just hung in there, and they made the plays that were necessary. Finally got where they controlled the line of scrimmage. And once that happens in pretty much every game, when you control the line of scrimmage, it is your game as long as you don't give it away.
By the way, those 39 plays here in the second half, LSU has amassed 250 yards. They now have 395 on the night to 251 for Mississippi State. I got to believe LSU can hold on here. There's going to be a lot of salutes to this LSU defense and to the offense in the second half. Here's a kick that, again, another squib, and this one's going to go out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. That's not what you want to see from special teams. I bet they do. Mike Leach says yes, we'll take it at the 35 with 4:50 to go. And again, when you think on the outside of the air raid assault, you think passing of the football, but playing hurry up and trying to overcome a 31-16 deficit really is difficult. Not impossible, but it's difficult for this style, albeit a passing offense. Again, LSU is going to have to be looking for them to try to go vertical, something Rogers does on occasion. But again, time a big factor here if you're Mississippi State.
LSU's just got to make sure that they tackle. They can let them complete some passes, make the tackle in the open field.
Rogers on first down from the 35. Here's the tunnel screen. Catch going to be made by Griffin. Griffin finds some room up across midfield. Eventually brought down at the LSU 48-yard line at the Tiger Eye. Major Burns a little slow to get up, but now he's helped up and moving around. He was in on the tackle to make the stop on Griffin. 17-yard gain.
Make the tackle before that.
First and 10 now on the Tiger side of the field at the 47. Snap back to Rogers. This time looking downfield. Feels pressure. Drops it off underneath. He'll have it to his running back Johnson, who is hogtied and eventually stopped at the LSU 44-yard line after a gain of 3. Clock continues to roll. Closing in on 4 minutes remaining here. LSU up 31-16 in the SEC opener. Next week out of conference against New Mexico here at Tiger Stadium. Mississippi State will host Bowling Green. Rogers, pressure comes, hit as he throws, but he gets it off to Johnson. Johnson cuts, goes to his left and inside the 40, down inside the 35-yard line. Just a great move by Dylan Johnson, who bailed out his quarterback, who took a pretty tough shot by Ojulari, but appears to be okay. But once he stopped, changed to his left, he added extra yards, makes it first down and 10. After that 10-yard gain, Rogers flips it out again. Another tunnel strain, trying to hold on to it, and eventually securing the football is Caleb Ducking. He was juggling the ball inside the 30, but eventually stopped at the 27-yard line after getting control, a gain of 6. So Mississippi State, I said, not impossible, but they're using the short passing game and yards after the catch here to move the ball quickly. 3:16 clock moving fourth quarter. Rogers looking, going for the long ball, intercepted at the 7-yard line. Coming the other way with it is Jay Ward. He's had that kind of night. Ward back to the 25-yard line of the Tigers. Picks off Will Rogers. His third interception offered up of the year. And with 3:06 to play, what a game by Jay Ward. Leading the team with tackles and then the INT, second interception for this LSU defense this season, and that one a big one.
And he started it early. I think, Chris, you said that very early in the game, maybe the second possession of Mississippi State, that he had his 5th tackle, because those secondary people were having to come up and make tackles, and Jay Ward kept LSU in the game the first part by making those tackles in the open field.
6th career interception for Jay Ward. He also ties a career high 11 tackles tonight. Give him the game ball. Here's Goodwin. After that 47-yard touchdown, he'll take this first down carry, cross the 30, up to the 34. And again, you just look at time of possession. You look at number of plays, and Gordy nails it. Mississippi State's defense looks very weary. Very slow getting up off the field. Looks very laborious getting lined up. And LSU finding success now, running right at him, something they did not have success with early in the game. Good one, by the way, on that carry. 73 rushing yards. That's a career high.
Chris, they're not used to playing this much football. Last week at Arizona, Mississippi State had the time of possession 37 minutes to 23. This is much more football they're used to playing.
Second down and a yard. Daniels gets the snap. Let her high. Gives it to Goodwin. Goodwin will get low on the ground. Cross the 35 up to the 37 and pick up the first down. Stops the clock momentarily with 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Tigers have put together 114 yards rushing here in the second half. I think we were talking at the end of the second quarter, maybe early in the third quarter, Doug, the inability to run the football. So again, they're listening to us next door in the booth and down on the field. 1st and 10 now. And we'll see John Emery back out there at the running back position for the Tigers, who are in no hurry. No surprise. 12 on the play clock here. 1:50 to go in the ball game. Daniels calls for the shotgun snap. Has it belt high. Hand off to Emery. Emery between left tackle makes his way to the 40, just shy of the 41-yard line. Again, LSU in no hurry here, looking at second down. And about 7 upcoming, maybe 6. Waiting on the spot. They'll spot it just shy of the 41-yard line. So second down and 6 for the Tigers. Under 90 seconds to play. 1 minute, 15 seconds to be exact. Brian Kelly looking to pick up his first SEC win as LSU head coach.
Doug, we've seen a lot of football, you and I. I don't know that I ever remember LSU having 2 bookend offensive tackles that were true freshmen. William Campbell and Emory Jones would have had a good night.
And it's good to see that because they're only going to get better.
Emery with a handoff again, makes his way just shy of the 45-yard line. We've got under a minute to play. Yeah, Gordy, you mentioned that. It has been a while. Jones and Campbell, first true freshmen to start at tackle in a game going back to at least 1985. 4th combination of true freshmen to start on the O-line. And there hasn't been many here at LSU. And as Doug said, a bright future ahead of them. Under 30 seconds now. Play clock down to 15. Daniels, no surprise, in no hurry. It's LSU looking to pick up second win of the season. Move to 1-0 in the SEC race. Daniels now will sit back in the shotgun with 2 seconds. 1 second. Gets the snap just in time. Hands it off again. Emery across the 45, and the final seconds roll off the clock. This one's in the books. Tigers win. Tigers win. Defeat Mississippi State, hand them their first loss on the season. And LSU makes it 2 in a row over the Bulldogs, where they come from behind victory. Tale of 2 different halves. LSU dominated the second half of action tonight en route to a 31-16 victory over the Mississippi State Bulldogs. The Tigers now lead this overall series in a big way. 77 wins, 36 losses, and 3 ties. Tigers make it an even 50 wins, 20 losses, 1 tie here at Tiger Stadium. And LSU, the program, in their 1300th LSU football game, picks up the victory tonight over Mississippi State. Final score again. LSU 31, Mississippi State 16. Up next, we crank up the Fighting Tiger postgame report on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is Richard Zuchlaw, CEO of Acadian Ambulance Service. On behalf of all the Acadian employee owners, please be careful while driving. Always use your seatbelt and never text and drive.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
This is Richard Zuchlaw, CEO of Acadian Ambulance Service. On behalf of all the Acadian employee owners, please be careful while driving. Always use your seatbelt and never text and drive.
Welcome to the Fighting Tiger postgame report. Stats, scores, highlights, interviews, and much more. Now, from inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth, here again are Doug and Chris.
Fun night here at Tiger Stadium. Your Tigers get the win 31-16 over Mississippi State and really just dominated the second half of action in all phases of the game after trailing early 13-0. Went into the halftime locker room down 13-7. But the defense continually got closer to pressuring Will Rogers, took him out of his game a little bit, especially in the second half, shut down the running attack from Mississippi State, and LSU's offense got moving. And again, defense made great plays. 4 sacks in the game, an interception. Special teams miscue by Mississippi State set up a score for LSU deep inside the red zone. But again, Doug, it's one of those that I think LSU fans should enjoy and savor a little bit, because early on it looked like, uh-oh, we've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
LSU kept fighting, made some adjustments, improved their tackling, and then, as I said, dominated Mississippi State in the second half.
That is why it's such a great win, Chris, I think, is that at the beginning it looked like LSU was going to be outmanned, because it looked like Mississippi State just had the manpower that we couldn't compete with at the line of scrimmage. And as the game went on and went on, Tigers hung in there. They made a play here, made a play there. Mississippi State fumbled the ball. They made some mistakes that LSU didn't take advantage of. But then LSU started taking advantage of the mistakes. And once that happened and they were able to convert points on the board out of that, the game changed. And once the game changed, you kind of got the feeling if LSU hangs in there long enough, they're going to win this game. And they did hang in there long enough, and then they got the extra touchdowns. And that kind of created the separation. But it's a great win, I think, because it is the first conference win with this new coaching staff here in Tiger Stadium. And, you know, that is a one-time occurrence. And so they've got to be very proud of that.
No doubt. You always remember, and I'm sure Coach Brian Kelly will, and it was a heck of a performance by his team. And kudos to Matt House, defensive coordinator, and his defense tonight. You're talking about a quarterback that was 4th in the nation at 79% completing passes, 24 of 42 tonight, 214 yards, only 1 passing touchdown. In fact, he had 9 passing touchdowns through the first 2 weeks that led the SEC. Even Stetson Bennett couldn't match the numbers of Will Rogers tonight. Just 57% completion, and as we said, the tackling got better. It was as if the scheme was right, and once they executed, it was lights out.
That's exactly right, and it's great to see that, because the players look over to the sidelines and they say, you know, maybe those coaches know what they're talking about. And I know that they had that feeling, and these guys are going to be very proud of themselves, and the coaches will be proud of the players too.
Tigers outscore Mississippi State tonight 31-16. They outgained the Bulldogs 416 to 289. Again, this is a Bulldog offense coming in average right under 487 yards per game and scoring 44 points a game. Yeah, file this one in the dominant category. We'll continue with more on the Fighting Tiger postgame report. We come back, we'll look at some individual standout performances for your Fighting Tigers. Later, we'll take the look at the full game stats and then a look ahead to next week out of conference against New Mexico. But celebrate this one tonight, Tiger Nation. 31-16. LSU puts down Mississippi State. The Tigers move on the season to 2-1, and more importantly, 1-0 in SEC play. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Out on the field or on the court is where thousands of LSU athletes learn lessons of a lifetime. I know I